Yes, good evening. Translator services. Prior to us coming back to order, I'd like to refer anybody who needs translator services to Ms. Paula Valbuena at the podium.
Thank you, President Irvin. Buenas tardes, habla Paula Balbuena. Si necesita servicios de interpretación al español, por favor llame al 1805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 207-076-56 más la tecla numeral. Este es un número totalmente gratis. Nuevamente, llame al número de teléfono 1805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 207-07656 más la tecla numeral. También puede acceder a estas instrucciones en nuestro sitio web en mcsforkids.com, dirigiéndose a la parte inferior en la página haciendo clic en Quick Links y haciendo clic nuevamente en Board Agendas para ir a la agenda de esta noche. O si no, estaré gustosa de ayudarles en la parte de atrás. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valbuena. Welcome to the Modesto City Schools regular board meeting of May 13th, 2024. This meeting is now called to order. A report out from closed session. The board unanimously 6-0 voted to reject case number 637694. Roll call. Student Board Rep, Jifa Akwayi.
Yeah, present.
Trustee Brown.
I'm present.
Trustee Daly.
Present.
Trustee Lopez.
Present.
Trustee Marks.
Present.
Trustee Mejia will be here shortly. Vice President Maestas.
Present.
President Irvin. I am definitely here. Let the record reflect we have a quorum. Please stand and join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Live stream statement. Good evening, everyone. This open session meeting of the Board of Trustees is being live streamed at the direction of the board. The live stream is available on the district's website, and the recordings will be available for viewing the day after the board meeting. Regarding public comment, Modesto City Schools has provided an opportunity for the public to provide comments. It is outlined on the agenda. The public has been given an opportunity to call in and leave a voicemail, send us a comment via email, or appear in person before the board. Any public comment received via email or voicemail following the posting of the board agenda and prior to noon, the day of the board meeting, will not be read aloud, but have been transcribed and printed with copies provided to each board member prior to the start of the board meeting and are available to the public. The voice and email public comments will be attached to a future board meeting minutes for approval. This practice will continue until further notice. For members of the public that are interested in commenting in the future, we welcome your comments. Public comment statement, Board Bylaw 9322B. If you wish to address the board during the period of public comment on a subject not on the agenda, you must complete a public presentation request card, submit it to the board president prior to the period for public comment. If you need assistance from our translator, please indicate so on the request card. Every person who wishes to address the board, please fill out a card. You will find the cards in the lobby. You can hand your comment card to Ms. Chambers in the back. Ms. Chambers? Back there, see hi. I also want to remind you, if you wish to make a complaint against a specific district employee, you should follow the district's personnel complaint procedure. Copies of that procedure are available in the lobby, as are agenda copies, which outline the procedures we will observe during the period for public comment. The right to address the board does not exempt the speaker from any potential liability for defamation. If you plan to speak on a topic, please fill out a card now, as no cards will be accepted after the period for public comment has begun. The maximum time for any speaker is 3 minutes, for a total of 30 minutes. For those of you requesting translation services, an additional minute will be added to your comment time. We are now at the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance. We are pleased to welcome 2 students from Bret Harte Elementary School to lead us in the flag salute tonight. Alejandro Ramirez Camarillo, Jr. Second grader Alejandro is a very outgoing student. He is always willing to help others and often finds himself helping them with math homework. Alejandro loves going outside and playing football. His favorite team is the San Francisco 49ers. After high school, Alejandro would like to explore his interests in college so he can help his parents. Yamilet Silva Orende, 4th grader. Yamilet is a pleasant person and a joy to be around. She always has a smile on her face and is always willing to help others. In her free time, she really enjoys drawing. After high school, Yamilet wants to go to college, get a good paying job, and buy a house. Wow. Student, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Everyone please stand. Right hand over your heart. Ready, salute. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of
America,
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God,
indivisible, in
with
liberty
and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, unless she took them. Yes, Superintendent Noguchi, welcome and announcements.
Thank you, President Irvin. Good evening, everyone. It is wonderful to see everyone here this evening, especially our Student Advisory Council was out there in the first 3 or 4 rows, so thank you for coming. Definitely appreciate your time. Also, the Teacher of the Year nominees are also out there. It's going to be wonderful to recognize you and the work that you do tonight. So thank you. Thank you for your time. We have a packed agenda tonight. It's filled with recognitions, number one, and two, 4 reports to the board that will give them information on upcoming work as we move forward in the summer. Tonight, I do have the pleasure of introducing 2 principals who will be joining our administrative team. One of them is new to the district, and we will start with him. So please join me in extending a warm welcome to Alberto Lopez Valderi, who will be stepping in as the role of the principal at Kirshen Elementary. He's kind of hiding in the back there. We're gonna clap for you here in just a minute again. Alberto is no stranger to the Valley. He has been serving as the principal in Lodi for 9 years. Prior to that, he worked at SCO in the Community Day program and also in Patterson. We are eager to benefit from him and his extensive experience, especially in the area of instructional leadership, particularly focused on data and forming decisions around that. Central to his responses in the interview process was really his responses to how he supported teachers as they work through supporting our students. So we're very excited to have him as part of our team. So let's give another warm welcome to Alberto Lopez Valderi. Thank you. Next, I would like to introduce the new principal at Johansen, Mr. Anthony Ball. I see a hand out there. Welcome. Anthony is no stranger to Johansen as he has deep connections to the community as he served as a vice principal for 5 years. Most recently at Modesto High for this past year, but it looks like he's going to be going back to Johansen. Prior to his time at Johansen, Mr. Ball was a teacher and athletic director in Stockton Unified. Mr. Ball was recognized for his leadership skills and abilities in both districts. In 2013 and 2019, he was awarded the Athletic Director of the Year for Stockton Unified. In 2014, as the San Joaquin Athletic Director of the Year. And this year was nominated for an AXA Award for Secondary Administrator for Region 7. So join me in welcoming Mr. Ball to be the top leader of Johansen. As many of you are aware, we have engaged with Modesto Teacher Association for many, many months in the negotiation process. I think it started a year ago, March. So it's been a minute. It has been a minute. I am pleased to announce that we have reached a tentative agreement. We're not there yet, but we're moving towards it this past week. I do want to extend my sincere gratitude both for the negotiating teams on both sides for their dedication and their hard work over this past 13, 14 months. It has been no small feat, but I believe that we've come to a solid solution. So on behalf of the board, thank you and your teams for the work that you've done. And lastly, I do want to I am thankful that we can move forward into the summer with this process behind us, allowing us to begin the new year with renewed agreements in place, all in support of creating optimal conditions for our students so they can achieve our vision, which is every student graduates with the skills, knowledge, and character traits essential to thrive and contribute to society and to our community. So with that, I'm going to turn it back to President Irvin.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Noguchi. Next, we have recognitions, Ms. Sharakina Shams.
Thank you so much, President Irvin. Good evening, board trustees, Dr. Noguchi. We have a lot to celebrate tonight, and I want to thank this packed house, this crowd for joining us here tonight during the busiest time of the school year. Thank you all for making time in your evening to be here tonight. What's great about the end of the school year, as busy as it is we always get to end on a high and happy note, which is what we're doing tonight. And we're going to start off with a special recognition to acknowledge the dedicated efforts and the invaluable contributions of our Student Advisory Council who are seated here in these first few rows. So for that recognition, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, our Modesto City Schools Equity and Intervention Specialist, Fallon Ferris. Ms. Ferris, as you come on up, I want to ask our board trustees and Superintendent Noguchi to also come down here in front of the dais So the students have an opportunity to shake your hands.
All right. Good evening, everybody. So as Ms. Sharokina said, my name is Fallon Ferris, the Equity and Intervention Specialist, and today I'm honored to stand before you to celebrate the incredible work of our Student Advisory Council. These amazing students from every high school and junior high have been champions for their peers, working hard to make sure every student's voice is heard and respected. They've done more than just talk, they've taken action. Each group has pinpointed important areas for change at their school sites by listening to their classmates, gathering qualitative information and data from their peers through surveying, and hosting listening sessions. They've then met with their school administrators to figure out how to make those changes happen by working together. But their impact doesn't stop there. We want these students to share what they've learned with their peers because the skills they've developed, like speaking up for what's right and working together to make a difference, can be used in every aspect of their lives. Before we conclude, I do want to take a moment to extend our greatest gratitude to each of our advisors that I know some are standing in the back, but thank you guys so much for all that you did to just really guide and your wisdom, dedication, and unwavering support that's been instrumental in empowering these students to make a difference in their schools and our community. We truly appreciate all that you do. So please join me in giving a round of applause to these incredible students and their advisors, and let's commit to supporting, yeah, we'll give a quick round of applause. And let's continue committing to supporting them as they continue to make our schools and communities better. Now I'll ask for our Student Advisory Council students, what we're going to do, they're in order as we'll hand out our certificates. I'll ask you guys to stand, and instead of going through the back, because we're a pretty packed in room, we're just going to have you guys come through the front here and then make a circle back. And we're going to have you, I'll hand you your certificate, and then you'll get amazing handshakes from these amazing people right to my right. So I'll have you guys stand, and then that first row, you guys are in order, and it's going to go from the right side, exactly. Right side, you'll come out this way. So first we have Raylyn Lopez. Congratulations. Kaylee Romander. And then you guys can keep coming this way and I'll hand them as we go. Malachi, actually we have Madeline Oberg. Ria Serrano. And I see we have a couple out of line, so let me make sure I get the names right. We have, let me see. I see Abriana Tofolo. Perfect. Marley Okoro. I had John Ortega, but John Ortega. Okay, Duran Petros. Right. Next we have, give me one quick moment. So I'm making sure our lines are going right. I have Efren Ochoa. Giselle Soto. Itzel Galvin. Oh, right here. Sabrina Tor. Rudra Patel. Julissa Cervantes. Evelyn Vargas. I'll have them do them after. Ana Joaquina Alvarez Nava. Matthew McGuire. Yareli Ramos. Daisy Hawks Miller. Astradel Tagre. Miguel Duran Escobar. And Jifa Akwai. Number 2. 2 more? All right, let me make sure. And which number on the list do we have? Okay, all right, Jesus Madrigal, and you will get your certificate after. Great, okay. All right, Mariana Edsel Bautista Naranjo. All right, thank you all so much, and thank you again to our advisors for your amazing support of our students throughout this school year. Thank you all.
What a great group of students. Thank you so much, Ms. Ferris, for that presentation. If we can have the board and Superintendent Noguchi remain standing, we have another special presentation. As you all know, the month of May is a very special time for our school district. We have many employee recognitions, and that includes our annual celebration of Teacher of the Year. We have some very important Teacher of the Year nominees that we have been anticipating recognizing today. So for that, I'm going to send it over to my colleague, our Public Information Officer, Linda Muma-Solorio, for that part of our presentation.
Okay, good evening. I'm going to actually hand these to you. Every year, the Stanislaus County Office of Education, in partnership with the Modesto Rotary Club, celebrates the extraordinary efforts of our teachers through the Teacher of the Year program. This prestigious award highlights the remarkable dedication educators across Stanislaus County who go above and beyond to inspire their students. Tonight, we honor those who have not only achieved academic excellence, but have also profoundly impacted the social and emotional development of their students. They set the bar high, they introduce innovative teaching strategies, and they ignite a passion for lifelong learning. This year, Modesto City Schools had the privilege, with the help of administrators and staff, of nominating 7 outstanding teachers for this accolade. As the person who gathered the submissions and the applications, I can personally attest to the strength and the diversity of each of our candidates. Out of these, we had 2 that were selected as finalists and 1 that was honored as Teacher of the Year for grades 4 through 6. So it's my pleasure to acknowledge some of these exceptional educators who are with us here tonight. As I call your name, we're going to do the same process as we did with Fallon. Please come forward to receive your well-deserved recognition, and then immediately afterwards, my colleague Alyssa Burton, who I think is over there, is going to take your photo right there by the sign. So without further ado, we're going to get started. The first teacher is Ulysses Chavez. This is a committed music and band teacher for 7th and 8th graders at La Loma High School, and with 17 years of musical teaching experience, 14 of which have been spent enriching the Loma community in his current role. Ulysses has a passion for music education and inspires students and colleagues alike. Next, we have Natalie Galindo. Natalie brings boundless energy and dedication to her role as a first grade teacher at Sonoma Elementary School. Over nearly a decade, Natalie has captivated her young students with her vibrant teaching style, making every day a dynamic learning experience. Next, we have Kelly Armstrong. A dedicated teacher at Martone Elementary School. She has been recognized as a finalist by the Stanislaus County Office of Education with 10 years of teaching experience, including 7 years devoted to educating second graders at Martone. Kelly's commitment to excellence shines through her educational approach. And last but not least, we have Nancy Barajas. Nancy is with Fairview Elementary School, and she's earned the title of County's Best Teacher of the Year for grades 4 through 6, celebrating a remarkable 25-year teaching career at Fairview. Nancy has been instrumental in shaping the academic and personal growth of her 6th grade students. Her unwavering dedication and impactful teaching methods have set a high standard with the educational community. So congratulations to each of you for inspiring commitment and service.
Thank you so much, Ms. Muma Solorio. I think we'll pause for a minute to give the to give the teachers an opportunity to have their photo taken. Congratulations and thank you, everyone. Thank you, teachers. Right. President Irvin, Board Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi, we have one more special recognition tonight, and this presentation has to do with the outstanding job. Outstanding, I'm sure, is not a strong enough word to describe the work done over the last year by our dedicated student representative to the board, Trustee Jifa Okwai. And for that, I'm going to turn it over to President Irvin.
Thank you, Ms. Shams. Yes, this part of the board meeting today can be maybe classified as bittersweet for us all here present tonight. We are sadly announcing that this is Student Board Rep Jifa Okwai last final board meeting with us. And I can only describe her, some of the adjectives, amazing, outstanding, committed, dedicated, and unwavering in bringing student voice to this board. She is a staunch student advocate, and I actually looked at her as a very young peer. Yeah, real young peer as compared to myself. We are definitely have been blessed as a school district to have her serve her fellow students on this board of trustees. Like I said, we're gonna miss her, but we know she is embarking onto bigger and brighter pastures out there in the world, and we can bask and say, hey, she was one of ours. She was one of ours. And we take great pride in having her and being able to say that. So with that being said, Jifa, I mean, I know as a board member and current president, I've learned a lot from you. And you made history in the 53-year history of the school board as being the first Black student to be a servant, a student servant on this board. And so that in itself, 153 years from now, they'll know you. And so that is a very worthwhile accomplishment. And so with that being said, we're going to miss you. I'm going to miss you. And but carry that torch for Modesto City Schools into the future. With that being said, fellow board members, chime in. Trustee Brown.
Chief, I had the opportunity to have a sneak preview of what we were getting when we selected you as our student board member for this year. And as I have said on multiple occasions, you have been a gift to the district in the role that you've played. You were here at the perfect moment as we moved into a time where we have been able to focus very strongly on equity and the important value that you brought to the student voice in that regard has been tremendous. And I just want to thank you for your friendship, for the time that you've spent with us, for the great input that you've given on important discussions that we've had. We don't consider our student representative anything less than equal to the rest of us. And we listen carefully to your voice, sometimes more than we do to each other, because we really need to know where the students stand on difficult issues. And you have represented all the students in our district extremely well. We can't wait to see where you go from here. And like John said, President Irvin, we want to follow your future because we know you're going great places. Thank you for your service.
Trustee Marks.
Well, I just wanted to say, I'm going to call you Student Rep Trustee Akwai, Ms. Akwai. Thank you so much for your, just your thoughtful way of presenting yourself. I love how you listen to everyone. I had the privilege of serving with you on a couple of committees this last year and hearing your perspective on the committees and then also presenting here in the boardroom. Such a polished presentation. And I have to say it was exceptional in how you presented yourself. And I noticed that you walk with confidence. I know that comes from something within and your family, and they've taught you well. And I loved being able to meet your parents a couple of times. So I just appreciate all that you are. And I know that whatever college or whatever place you end up, they are very blessed to have you as part of their campus and then as their leader, because you are a leader. So thank you so much for all that you've contributed to our district. You've put yourself out there. You've added so much to each committee, each student group that you've been in. It's been incredible. And so I'm going to miss your beautiful smile, though. So thank you.
Trustee Daly.
I have to agree with Trustee Marks. One of the last couple of board meetings you were missing, and I noticed, so it's huge to really hear your voice. I'm going to say I wish you the best moving forward. I'm not going to say good luck because I don't think you're going to need the luck. I think you're going to do amazing and great things, and I agree. I'm looking forward to seeing the wonderful things that you do in the future.
Trustee Lopez.
Well, Jifa, it's been undeniable that more than one of us here have had a hard time saying your last name. Reason why I didn't say it right now. But even more undeniable, the great leadership you've brought to this institution in the last year. You know, we've had the great honor to sit with a lot of student reps throughout the years, but there was something about your leadership that was very thoughtful, very real and present to the needs of our school students, right? When we just saw the fact that we had our student advisory council here, that was your leadership. That was your doing, and you know, I props to them, but props to you as well for not only bringing the voice of students, but bringing them along with you in the process. So I appreciate your work here, your thoughts, your vision, and your leadership, and I wish you all the best.
Vice President Maestas.
Thank you. Well, there's not much more I can say that's already been said. So we know you're going to do great things. And I think what I want to leave you with, I've taught a lot of seniors, and so as you go off, I want you to think about the impact that you've had on thousands and thousands of students. And that legacy, even if you don't see it, it's going to exist far beyond your life. So you've made a change in generations. And remember that you know, I can't remember who said it, but be the change you want to see. And you've definitely done it this year. So just remember the legacy that you are leaving us with, and that you're going to create as you continue moving forward.
Yeah. Dr. Noguchi?
Thank you. Well, you certainly have heard the words leadership, student voice, impact. You know, Jifa came in at the beginning of the year and came onto this board, and I've said many times that this board is a high-performing team. And it's a high-performing team because you ask questions, you do your homework, you keep me in the queue as far as what I need to be doing. And I have to say, she was the 8th board member this year. While we all have one-on-ones and, you know, other meetings with the president and the vice president, Student Rep. Kwai was asking the same question. So it literally was another added calendar meeting, but it was always looking for and asking good questions so she could be better informed to really focus in on the student piece. We talk about student voice all the time. Like 4 years ago, I think it was Trustee Brown that started really, we need to get more student voice. Through my evaluation, you guys said student voice, but it really wasn't until this year that I felt we got traction. But I think we got traction because Chifa was there within our High Council and the projects that she did. So you ran with some really fast horses, if you will, and you kept up with all of them. So I appreciate you. Just as a mic drop, Jifa, can you tell me the schools that you were accepted at this year?
Okay, I'll just list some.
Just list the top 4. Let's just do 4.
Okay. Harvard, Yale, Stanford, Princeton.
Harvard, Yale, Stanford, and Princeton. Right? If you think about wherever she chooses to go, wherever, whatever institution is lucky to have her, think about where she starts and where she's going to end up. I mean, you've got many, many, many years of leadership ahead of you, and you are a model. So definitely come back and continue to mentor those in the community because you have it. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes.
I do want to add one thing, sorry. Sorry, just because you all need to be aware of this, and I talked to President Irvin about this. It was really because of Student Akwai's impact this year and the goal of this board to increase the quality of student voice. It's not more students, it's what are we doing with the information we're using and then actually having it affect student outcomes. I will be bringing back to the board at the next board meeting the board policy and AR around the student board rep. And I will be recommending a few things. One, that we begin looking at having 2 student board reps to the board. So we'll be able to have that discussion and we'll be able to talk about that. Also, the legislature passed provisions for a student board rep to be able to earn extra elective credit in this position and or a stipend for the student. So we'll be able to talk about those 3 items. But really, this was inspired by your work, because the thought is if we can get 2 of you, then we can go even further, because there really is only so much time you can give to this because you are a student, and that is your first
Is
priority.
that stipend retroactive?
If we pass it, part of it, if we pass it before June 30th, then yes, it could be retro to January, but we can talk about that at the next board meeting. So I wanted to bring that to you all because I don't know that I've discussed that. Thank you.
And then one last thing, and all of that amazing work, while juggling a very intense academic and community workload. So we need to recognize that as well, out in the community, and that intense academic workload, and serving as an amazing leader on this board. So thank you, Jifa. Yes. And Jifa will be, Sequoia will be doing her final report right now.
Thank you. That was very nice. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to begin with a quick report on everything going on with the student body, and then I'll go into all my thank yous, and then I will have the privilege of introducing our next student board member for the 2024-2025 school year. So to begin with the update, all of our schools have finished their prom celebrations. Seniors are now wrapping up the school year, turning in all of their materials, textbooks, computers, and some of the schools have already gone to their senior nights at Disneyland. So the end of the year is wrapping up, everyone's celebrating, which is great. And students are also in the midst of AP and IB testing. I myself have 2 tests tomorrow, so I am gonna have to depart early so I can go steady. So good luck with everybody for the testing that you have today, tomorrow, for the rest of the week, and then also for finals, which will be coming up next week. Going back a little bit, I got to attend the Stanislaus County Board Association dinner, or School Board Association dinner, and I want to congratulate Trustee Marks for her win and her recognition of being an amazing board member within the county. And I also got to attend the State of the County, where I got to see Trustee Brown actually and hear about the state of the county and how we're moving forward as a county, both in academics and in all sectors. So next, I want to go into all my thank yous. It's kind of a lot, so bear with me. So when I entered this position, I was very nervous about, I had very big shoes to fill with Dara Patel, and I wanted to make sure that I could be of effective service to 30,000 people. And I think that I would not have been able to do anything or make any of the contributions that I was able to make without the help of the board, who helped to assimilate me to this position and get me comfortable. I remember the first day I started requesting to speak during board member reports. I was like, no, don't do that. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was so nervous. But I just thank you so much for being so welcoming and so supportive and just being so receptive to the student voice, because I would not be able to make an impact if you were not listening and if you were not pushing forward policies and work to make sure that that student voice is actually implemented. And that goes with the administration as well. Then I'd like to give a special thank you to Dr. Noguchi. You have been so instrumental in my process here and my time here. Thank you for answering all my questions and setting me up with people who can answer even more of my questions and helping me to prepare for the board. And thank you also to Mrs. Chambers, who also helped to prep me for the meetings, give me all sorts of reminders. And you've just been a great, you've just been an absolutely wonderful support, and I'm so appreciative of you. So thank you very, very much. I also want to thank Miss Fallon Ferris. I don't know if she's still here, but Miss Fallon Ferris, she helps to run the Student Advisory Council, which I was able to sit in on many of the meetings, and with the Student Advisory Council, I was able to gather more student input that I was able to bring to the board. So I think a great big thank you to the Student Advisory Council, also to Ms. Ferris and Armando, who were instrumental in my ability to be a liaison to the students through attendance videos and helping to create the voter registration initiative in September, and to help with onboarding for School Links, which the students have been using and will be using from this year forward. On that note, one of my major goals this year was to continue to work to amplify student voice. So I would also like to thank Mr. Tony Lamelli, who helped me in creating the senior survey that all Modesto City Schools seniors will now be using as part of their graduation requirement for the end of the year. This is going to help us as a district know where students are coming from and know where they're going. And this is going to help us to be able to continue to proactively work to make sure that we're giving the best resources possible to our students to help ensure their success in the future. And along the lines of student voice, I'd like to thank the Inter-High Council and Mrs. Schroyer, our amazing advisor, who helped to guide our meetings, answer extra questions that we would have, the input given on the Inter-High Council, and the work that the Inter-High Council has done with our service projects to have a sustainability mentorship with elementary schools and a book drive have just been so impactful for our school district. And so with that, I'd also like to thank Mr. Arnold and Keon Nazari, who helped to also bring elementary school student voice to the Inter-High Council, and it really helped us to guide our ideas for the service project and also things that we want to do moving forward. I'm also very excited for the strides that the district is going to take in integrating financial literacy into health and elective courses and finding a way to subsidize ACT and ACT education for our students. This was aided through my discussions and the great impact of Mr. Rich, who unfortunately is not here right now, but he has been so instrumental into a lot of the work that I've done behind the scenes. And I'm so glad that we're making these strides as a district, because I think it's going towards the goal of bridging the academic achievement gap within our district and creating an equitable education experience for our students. Along those lines, I'd like to thank the Equity Council, which is also headed by Ms. Fallon Ferris, for once again welcoming me to the committee, being receptive to student voice, and working towards once again closing that achievement gap and identifying areas for improvement within our district to make sure that we can be of service the best that we can to all of our students. I also want to thank the Ethnic Studies Guidance Council also for welcoming me and allowing me to contribute. The Ethnic Studies course is something that I became very passionate about over the school year, and I really think that this course is going to be so impactful for our school district in bringing about cultural awareness and understanding and respect. And I'm so excited for the course to be implemented and the impact that it's going to have on our students. And then lastly, I want to thank Ms. Sherakina Shams, who helped us in, or helped me a lot in the communications with both the Modesto B and the board, and in finding our new student rep, Mr. Ahmad Dagger. So with that, I would like to introduce Ahmad Dagger, who is going to be serving as the 2024 to 2025 student representative to the Board of Education. Ahmad is currently a junior at Modesto High School and is a full IB diploma candidate. He has served as the president of the Modesto High School Speech and Debate Club and has been instrumental into growing the club at Modesto High. Beyond his academic achievement, he serves as a senator for his classroom on the Modesto High Student Senate and regularly volunteers at Doctors Medical Center and the community hospice. Ahmad has also done work with county officials to help develop a tobacco usage survey and is already in the process of approving it for Modesto High School. So as we can see, Ahmad has already made great strides towards amplifying student voices and is passionate about serving his community inside and out of the school environment. So I, for one, cannot wait to see what he will achieve on the board. And at this time, I'd like to invite Ahmad to introduce himself to the board and to say a few words.
like I've got some very big shoes to fill, so hopefully the next year will be one where I can prove my worth. So good evening to the Board of Trustees and to Dr. Noguchi. Honestly, before anything, I'd really like to take a chance to extend a big thank you to all of you. I really think that the position of student rep is extremely important. I recognize that it's definitely a lot of work to select a student rep and then to work with them throughout an entire year. But I certainly think it's super important, and I'm sure myself and all the other students in the MCS district are super grateful for this, because it gives us the chance to put our own input into policies and decisions that are directly affecting our lives. My name is Ahmad Dagger, and I'm really excited to do a lot with you in the coming year. I would say my main goal is to create an environment where students are able to better take advantage of their talents. And to me, that means not only tearing down barriers of equity, but also barriers that threaten student well-being and that threaten student safety and health, because I think those are prerequisites to any student who's looking to hone their skills that they're going to use for the rest of their academic career. So thank you, and I look forward to working with you.
All right, I have like one more thing to say. This is on a more personal note, but I'm so incredibly grateful for the opportunity to have been able to serve on this board. Once again, I think it's been one of the great privileges of my life, and it's been a question that I've been asked a lot by the board and the administration of, well, where are you going to go to college? So I'm excited to announce I'll be joining my sisters at Harvard College in the fall, and I'm so sad to be leaving, but I'm so excited and confident in the future of the school district and of this board. So thank you, thank you, thank you very, very much.
Dr. Noguchi.
Yes, Superintendent Noguchi and President Irvin are taking a photo with Trustee Akwai.
Okay, board member reports. Do we have any board members who'd like to share a report? Trustee Daly.
I never go first. So at the last board meeting, I talked about May being deemed a Syrian Heritage Month by Stanislaus County Board of Supervisors. And on the following Thursday, I was able to go to the Assyrian American Club at Pittman High, in which they presented, along with one of our own students from Enoch's High, they presented about the Assyrian culture, language, history, clothing, everything along that lines. It was a very interesting event. If you've never been, it would be nice to go to something along that lines. I also was able to go to the music festival at Johansson High with La Loma Junior High Band, Mr. Chavez, and they were wonderful, and they were also, there was an addition to them, the elementary school students got to perform as well. And they explain how long each, like the junior high kids get a whole period of music, where the elementary school kids, I think it's like 2 or 3 times a week for 30 minutes. They did an amazing job. So some of the schools that were there, and I know I'm gonna forget some, they were Lakewood, El Vista, Wilson, Orville Wright. I know there was a couple of others, and unfortunately, I apologize because I don't remember which ones. And then we attended I'm the first one to talk. So we attended the ACSA Region 7 board dinner up in Tahoe, and I don't know, we toot our own horn. It's really weird. We received an award for the Board of the Year, and that was just, I think it was surreal. That was a good way to say it. I wasn't expecting when I joined the board less than 2 years ago, I wasn't expecting anything along that lines to happen. So it's been really an eventful couple of years already, and I appreciate it.
Thank you. Trustee Brown.
Well, I have to admit that I've been traveling the last couple of weeks, and I have missed so many opportunities to see our students perform. And it was hard to make the choice to take a cruise and celebrate my retirement, but needed to do that. And I'm sorry that I missed all the student performances, but I do want to report that since we last met here, we had our board trustees dinner by the Stanislaus County School Boards Association. And I was pleased to be able to nominate our own trustee, Cindy Marks, for the recognition as Board Member of the Year. This was an inaugural recognition. So Cindy received that award and sets the standard for excellence for board members for future years to come in Stanislaus County. At that event, we also were very well represented by our students. Our buyer, JROTC, did the presentation of the colors. We had the national anthem sung by one of our freshman students from Modesto High School. She did a beautiful job. We were able to see the Downey High School film Overcast as part of our dinner entertainment. And it was a wonderful evening and great to see so many of our own people recognized, especially our students. So thank you.
Vice President Maestas.
All right, thanks. So I have a list here, and I've been checking off as you've gone. Wow, so many things. We're wrapping up the year. Aside from awards and performances, so I'm gonna. I thought I was gonna go a little later and have like only a couple things to go over, but I'll go over a few things here. Well, I was at the county school board dinner, and I rushed out a little early so that I can get to the La Loma area choral concert because my daughter had a solo in the choir for Lakewood, and so I had to go see my daughter do her solo. But all the area schools that were at the music were at the band one that I was also there were at the chorus one. So we got to see La Loma choir, and I believe Johansson was there, and then all of the elementary schools, Sonoma and Lakewood and Override, all the ones that were in that area too. So it was fabulous music concert. To see that, gosh, it's been so long. There's so many things. Love Modesto happened, and my son and I went to Sonoma Elementary, and we got there early and put in soil and sod, and not sod, but soil into the gardens so that the kids can come and plant edible gardens and some flowers and stuff in the garden beds. So he's a teenager, so he helped me do all the hard work. I just said, do that, and he did it. So, but we helped with that. The Tournament of Talent was this last week. Amazing group of kids, singers, piano player, which was the winner. That guy was phenomenal. Just some great talent in our city. So I loved to see, and you know me, I love music and arts, so it was great to see those. Enoch's had their jazz band and orchestra that I went to go see, and they were phenomenal like always. They do such a great job. MCS reclassification. I know I got a long list here, guys. We went to there, and so many students reclassified. And all of us, super proud of all of those kids and the work they've done to get reclassified. So important, and it was great being there to celebrate them. MCS employee recognition, I think that was out on the lawn over at Downey. That was a pretty great event, right? We had a lot of things going back. Great event, a lot of really cool stuff there. It was great to celebrate our employees. Last thing I have here is CSEA Member Appreciation Dinner. That was super cool. A lot of great raffle prizes and great food. So thank you for inviting us to that. I had a really great time over there. Lastly, I just want to say great work to all the students, all the teachers. End of the year, we got a couple weeks left. Keep it going. You worked hard for the CASP, did that last 2 weeks. IB, AP exams, I know those are stressful. Got to get through this. Got a home stretch going, and I know that there's a lot of fatigue, but I think everyone is going to make it out okay, and we're going to do so great. So thank you for all the teachers, all the students, all the admin, all the classified staff, everybody that makes our schools run as we get wrapped up at the end of the year. I think that's it. Thanks.
Trustee Marks?
Yes, busy at the end of the year. I know. It's great to hear all the reports. I attended the ethnic studies with Trustee Irvin and Trustee Mejia, and it was really good and our student trustee, Akwai. It was a great discussion, as always. I also got to participate in the empathy interviews for the Parents Leading Change group, and so that was good to just be able to make phone calls to the parents and talk to them a little bit more about their children and how we can support them better. I attended the Ag Lunch and discussion about the importance of water for agriculture in the Central Valley and some of the media's view of the water in our valley. So that was really interesting with all the graphs and how the media is portraying the water usage in our valley. And then I got to, this was our first year for Love Modesto City Schools employees. So it was really great. Quite a few of us went out there. I think all of us went out there and got to talk to our employees, and just the way they felt supported. The ones I talked to, they felt really, it was a special event for each person that attended, just to feel that they were being appreciated in so many ways. So I thought that was really a good event, and it was nice for us to be able to participate with them and just meet them. And then lastly, at the AXA conference, I really just wanted to hear what's happened in AXA and how it's the administrators of Association of California School Administrators, and we've been invited numerous times. First time we ever attended, and so I attended the workshops. So just to tell you just a few of the workshops that I heard. But first, I'd like to say there were two general session speakers that were phenomenal. One was Kevin Taylor from Oakland Unified, and he took his school from 17 out of 17 up to 3rd. So he shared some of the things that he dealt with in changing the culture at the school, but it was called Reimagining Student Success with an Equity Lens. And so it was great to hear him speak and all that he had to share. I also went to many workshops done by our staff, which were all incredible. I attended Collaborate with Administrators to read and discuss how institutional racism impacts our work. It was very thoughtful and very, just the way they presented it, it helped all of us that were there to be able to have discussions at our table, to talk to each other, to find out more about our own thoughts and how we can work on ways that we think that might impact our schools and our students and how we can change those. So it was very informative. And then lastly, the morning speaker for the last day on Sunday was our own Chris McPherson from Downey High School, who also still works at Disney as a cast member. And so he shares, he does, I forgot what his title is at the school. He's in drama. And he was he was a very inspiring speaker. It was on leadership. It was called Growing Intentional and Influential Leadership. And he just really connected with everyone very well. So all in all, I got a lot out of this, out of the conference, and really appreciated every session that I attended.
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I know a lot of us already mentioned some of these, but the reclassification was great to be a part of. Seeing all the students, but all the families there really proud of their students and cherishing that moment with them. Big shout out to Ms. Moda and Ms. Balbuena that were taking awesome pictures of all the recipients and all the staff members and all the principals and vice principals that were there. Really helped them and counselors, I should add, really made that day special for the students. Last week, I was honored to be the guest speaker for one of our parent leadership classes through our parent engagement department, and Pique really got to hear from the parents around solutions for their schools, and particularly Modesto High, and then got to hear great stories from our parents. So really glad to have spent the day with them. And then lastly, just a big, again, kudos to all my colleagues on the award that we received as school board of the year. But you know, it's a byproduct of all the good work that this district does and all the help that everyone puts in from everywhere down the line. Of all of our staff members really help create that, and I know that we're seeing that not only from us, but our schools getting recognized. I was also out in Claremont getting the Green Ribbon Award with President Irvin, and seeing that, you know, we saw folks, we saw some folks receiving the Green Ribbon for school initiatives, but to see that ours was the one that had seemed to have a full infrastructure around it of like, we're talking about going from diesel to electric. It was great to see the amount of work and the amount of growth we've had over the last couple of years. So again, this is not something that is because just of us. We're one part of this cycle that we're hoping that achieves more things. So I'm very appreciative of everyone that calls themselves MCS, because thanks to you all, we are here and we're getting these awards. And that's my report.
Thank you. And I have a report. Pretty busy as well. As Trustee Mark said, with the Ethnic Studies Council. Also participated in the student board interviews, and like I said, we just selected Ahmad as the new student board representative to succeed Jifa. Also was a judge at the Tournament of Talent at Downey High School, and as has been stated, we have some excellent and outstanding talent within our district, not only academically, but musically, theatrically, if that's a word, artistically. We are truly blessed in that regard. Also went to the Teacher of the Year Award at Rotary, again, recognizing our outstanding teachers in our district. And in my opinion, we probably continue to get that award every year because we got many outstanding teachers in our district. Also, the Green Ribbon Award with Trustee Lopez down there, and it's so nice to be really recognized among the state, you know, all the school districts across the state, and, you know, are solicited for solicitations for this award, and for us to be selected is truly an honor. Also participated in the Day of Prayer that was held down at 1010 Plaza that Trustee Marks organizes every year, does a wonderful job. And I got to say a prayer for our nation's veterans that day. Also, another noble award is the Model School Continuation School Award, which was won by Elliott. And so those of us who really know the history of Elliott know that we have come a long way for our continuation school to be recognized as a model now in the state of California. Also attended our special board meeting where we discussed our evaluation of our outstanding superintendent. And so we, you know, really working to support our superintendent as we're required to do. Also went to the Distinguished School Awards down with Gregory. Gregory received the Distinguished Schools Award. And so another outstanding effort and being recognized statewide for the outstanding work that we're doing here in Modesto. Went to the Downey to the staff appreciation. And also, that's the end of my report. So thank you all for patiently listening to all our board reports. But we have been active. We have been listening out there with our ears to the ground and, you know, trying to do what we can to support our students and to support our teachers and our staff. That's what it's all about. And so I just, you know, I thank all the staff for what they do for our students, for our parents, and those who, you know, those who want to see us grow. And so we're starting to be recognized for that. So thank you. Next, we have A8, approval of consent agenda. Are there any comments regarding consent agenda items? Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda? Cute. Vice President Maestas.
Thank you. I would like to pull D8 for discussion. Approval of proposed revisions to the 24-25 Conduct Code.
Okay. Trustee Marks?
That was mine as well, so.
Okay. Kill two birds with one stone. Yeah.
So I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda item, agenda with the removal of D8 as a discussion item.
Okay. Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded that we pull item D8 for discussion and approve the consent agenda with that. Still got to go to the motion because there's already a motion on the table. Yeah. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed signify by saying nay. Any abstentions? So that motion carries. So
President Urban, I would recommend that you put the item at, now it will be B8 in the discussion action items.
okay.
So basically, it's at the end, and then we'll be able to have the conversation.
So at B8?
It'll now be B8. So the original
Okay.
consent
Right.
item was which one?
D8, so it's going to B8.
Will now go to B8.
I just have a point of question.
Okay.
Are we prepared to talk about this, or do we have a presentation?
Good point. We don't have a presentation, so in our board protocols, we do ask for the reason for it being pulled, so you can say why you're pulling it, and then at the end, we will discuss it.
Since we already skipped that part. We already, right? No, I said we already went through that. We didn't ask for a clarification or reason why we're pulling from.
No, but we should. I mean, yes, we should have said, you're pulling it, so the reason behind, and then we do go for the motion.
I can still explain why. So, I just want to have a quick discussion on one statement in the piece of it, but I'm still going to approve it. I just want to make a statement behind something so that we can revisit it later.
And then my reason was I wanted to discuss the changes that are proposed in the code in the conduct code, the changes there's quite a lot of them. So I just wanted to talk about the changes in in why they were changed and how we can be more clear on what they mean. So.
Okay. So with that being said, we'll go to approval of the order of discussion items, discussion and action items.
We actually have to approve the consent agenda without the D8. Oh, did we?
Yeah, we did
Okay.
that. Mhm. Approval of order of discussion action item. Do I hear a motion to approve the order of discussion action items?
I motion to approve the order of action items with B8 as being the conduct code added to the list order.
I'll second
With
it.
the addition. It's been properly moved and seconded, properly moved by by Vice President Maestas and seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Nay? One nay. Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion carries. A10, this is our period for public presentation. This takes us to the period for public presentations. Thank you for attending tonight's meeting and showing interest in our schools. I have nine cards tonight, and I ask each speaker to come to the podium and address the board. Y'all each have 3 minutes to speak. An additional minute will be added on for anyone using translation services. And also, we have 2 cards, but those are for agenda items, so they'll be read later on during that agenda item. We have Ms. Debbie Martinez.
A lot of fun stuff tonight. Debbie Martinez, I represent community. I am founder of Voy a la Raza Parents Union. I will be speaking truth under my First Amendment, witnessed by facts. My facts would be Turlock Journal News. Good evening, President Irvin, and I want to talk to you. I want to address this to you. And members of the governing board, Madam Superintendent, Dr. Noguchi, and her cabinet. I started off with, as we come to the end of another school year, I was going to complain about what I was doing in the school sites until Dr. Noguchi, you announced Alberto Velarde's employment. John, I'm going to talk to you as president of this governing board, and I can support it with facts. Alberto Velarde did not work at a special day for SCOE. He was the president of the Stanislaus Military Academy School, where we had him along with several others employees removed for victimizing, assaulting, and injuring our children. Alberto Velarde is not the fit for Modesto City Schools. He's the reason why I stand proud today announcing and shutting down the school-to-prison pipeline. He would have been the reason why our children were victimized.
So, Ms. Martinez, excuse me, I do have to.
I want to go on record.
And I want to go on record as well. I want for you to be clear about the complaints against employees because.
He's not, well.
I understand.
I am being plain. I am being clear.
I want to remind you about the process for the complaint against a specific district employee, and should you follow that procedure, if not, you could be held accountable for any misinformation.
Well, like I said, witnessed by facts. I have plenty of facts to support. I have enough newsletters to support how we even got them removed. I have everything to support. So you continue to ask me to do grievances. I do my grievances, and they come back non-founded. So I want to go before the governing board before he even steps foot to get even his first paycheck. I want to make sure that this man has been thoroughly investigated because he stated on his employment that he worked for SCOE for a special day. It was announced today, but he actually was principal for Stanislaus Military Academy, and I can support everything that I am saying here today. And I'm also going to say that the schools that I now have to advocate for our families, I'm not going to entertain it no more. I'm going to now start passing out flyers that say, if you are not satisfied with the services that you're receiving here at MCS, you have options and give me a call. I am done entertaining poor behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, although we cannot engage in discussion or take formal action on items not on the agenda, we thank you for following the protocol and addressing the board and for taking the time to share your view with us. Will do. Filbert, is it Elbert? Oh, Elibet. I don't want to mess up your last name. Ambrosio.
Yes. Good evening, board members, superintendents. 2 years ago, we stood here in front of you hoping that you would hear us, and you did. 2 years ago, we came here asking you to help us keep our AP Calculus class at Johansen. We are back to thank you. The same students that were here 2 years ago as sophomores, along with other students, are here to remind us of our district's mission statement, which is to provide rigorous, relevant, and diverse educational programs that engage and motivate all students to reach their individual potential. Math 101 is going to have a huge negative impact on our high school students if we decide to offer it next year. Math 101 will be taught through a screen by an MJC instructor, and there will be a high school teacher in the classroom acting as a facilitator. High school math teachers did not attend a university to become facilitators. Some of us went through some of the most rigorous undergraduate and graduate workload because we're passionate about teaching and transmitting this sublime science to our students. Educators across the world are still working to fill in the learning gaps that distance learning brought upon our students. Learning mathematics through a screen will do the exact opposite of what our district's mission states. We came here tonight again to be heard and to ask ourselves, how many of us parents would put our own children behind a screen to learn mathematics? I would never. Now, I would like to give the opportunity to some of my AP Calculus BC students and other current students so they can tell you about the importance of being able to receive a rigorous in-person education in high school. They are here to tell you where they're going to be studying next year. We have some really good schools. And in another note, the AP Calculus exam was today. They said that it wasn't too bad. And all of the students that took the AP Calculus AB exam passed it last year, and they're graduating this year. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Isael Navarro from Johansen High School. I stood on this very podium 2 years ago delivering my speech about how our school should continue AP Calculus in person. Today, I am happy to inform you that I am off to UC Merced, where I have received the Chancellor's Scholarship. Reflecting on my journey, I can confidently say that taking AP Calculus in person has significantly contributed to my academic success. The in-person format allowed me to engage directly with my teacher, Ms. Ambrosio, and my peers Xavier, Andy, Julian, and Justine, enabling a deeper understanding of complex mathematical concepts. The immediate feedback and interactive discussions were among some of the best to come from this style of teaching. What I'm trying to get at is our school wants to implement a class called Math 101 that is entirely online. The issue with that is that learning math this way is not fun and inefficient. I can tell you from experience that I would play video games while my geometry teacher taught the class online for distance learning, which is equivalent to students watching TikToks or YouTube videos in class while the teacher instructs to practically nobody. So please, for the sake of quality education, let's not implement Math 101. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Julian Mendoza, a soon-to-be graduate of Johansen High School. Last year, I completed AP Calculus AB and achieved a perfect score of 5 on the exam. Thanks to this and many other rigorous courses, I've secured a full scholarship to UC Davis, where I'll be pursuing a degree in electrical engineering this fall. Reflecting on my journey, I strongly advocate for the continuation of AP Calculus and other challenging courses in our high schools. They not only prepare students for college, but also equip them with the skills and mindset needed to thrive in demanding academic environments. I'm grateful for the opportunities afforded to me, and I hope to inspire others to pursue excellence in their education. Thank you for your attention, and let's continue to champion the importance of rigorous in-person learning experiences.
Hello, my name is Justin Cabral. I am a senior in Johansen High School and I took Calculus AP last year and I got a 4 for the AP exam. I'll be attending MJC in the fall, taking an engineering course to transfer. Timber said, I believe calculus has benefited me beyond just math itself, but also in all other classes. I was able to use the study skills I learned in calculus to my other classes such as AP Government and Physics. I believe given calculus will be beneficial for future students going to STEM, and I appreciate you, the board members, parents, and advisors for lending your hand and keep his calculus class last year. As without his laborious hard coursework and workflow, I probably wouldn't have excelled in my classes to the high extent this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Marco Quesada from Johansen High School. I am a junior. I am here to share a brief statement regarding the matter. It is of great need that I need to express my gratitude towards each and every integrant of the Board of Education. Thank you so much for your service and your time. But I would also like to address the matter in the sense that I would like to continue improving upon this process that has been building for the past years and centuries of improving the quality of education, and I would like to request to not regress on that process. Teaching the nature of mathematics and science through the artificial means of pseudo-distance learning and distance learning is not efficient for students. And there are many accounts of these and many more experiences that will support this sort of claim, this assertion. I would like to promote greater and a better quality of education through the promotion and stimulation of rigorous courses such as the AP courses that are taught at Johansen High School. I hereby state that it is of much relevance that we must grant greater opportunities to the alumni of this country, not strip those very opportunities from the alumni. Doing so may result in greater preparation for students and for the future leaders of this nation, who must certainly will appreciate being offered opportunities, as I appreciate your time and your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Xavier Howdegi. I'm also from Johansen High School. And last year I took the Calculus AB exam and received a 4. This coming year I will be attending Stanford University on a substantial scholarship. And my friend Andy Like, who also took the calculus exam, will also be attending the same school on a full ride. Without taking calculus and its demanding in-person workflow, we would not be able to have the academic discipline for Stanford. So I just wanted to thank the district, and thank Johansson for having the opportunity of calculus. And I hope for this opportunity to be given for other students. Thank you.
Thank you, Xavier. Julian Mendoza? Oh, he did. Oh, that's all. Okay. Yeah, we did that. Justine? Okay. Gabe? King? Yeah. One the last name King? King. Caitlin? Caitlin Lyons? Yeah.
Hi, I wanted to address the board, and maybe I get that you can't answer a question, but some clarification and then also some concerns about transfers into MCS. I have 2 children currently and 3 children next year who will be on transfers. I'm part of the FOP school. We were brought in based off of your magnet program, and we all had to sign transfer slips this year. While this doesn't concern necessarily my children, it does concern my community at FOP and a lot of our children's transfers being pulled. Transfers are being pulled due to attendance. Attendance policy states if you have 3 tardies or 3 absences, that your transfer can be pulled. We have some confusion on who pulls our transfers. We were originally under the impression that the district sees these via SARBs meetings. Those have now been canceled and are told that site admin are in charge of our transfers. If this is the case, then we would like to know why there are no meetings with admin before our transfers are pulled. Also, part of your magnet program that brings in students, which most of our students are honor students and will eventually move on to not be guests, as we've been reminded in high school. They're brilliant kids and they bring a lot to the community, but FOP is brought in with a statement that it is about whole child learning. Whole child meaning emotional state, more than just education. So if part of emotional being is in regards to attendance, teaching children that they can't be sick later on in life, they can't be late, they can't have anxiety that may make them tardy, are we really using what you're using to attract us, and in all honesty, our attendance dollars, because I believe each one of our students brings in roughly $18,000 to the district for attendance. If that is what the attraction is, then are we only bringing us as guests to get our dollars from other school districts, or are you actually wanting to honor what you're attracting in your magnet programs, which is raising whole children? If I could just get some clarification, that'd be great. Otherwise, I feel that maybe phrasing should be changed and what you're bringing us to leave our STEAM programs, GATE programs, to come to magnet schools if magnet schools are not actually about whole child curriculum, but only about attendance. That's all I have.
Thank you. There, Jesus Navarro. Yeah. Casada, last name Casada. That's it with the public presentation cards I have.
May I ask a question? President Irvin,
Ask a question.
I have a
Yes.
question. Did the parent from Fremont Open Plan fill out a card so that the staff can contact?
We already know. We already have it.
Okay, thank you.
And move on to B1. Modesto Teachers Association report.
Good evening, Superintendent Noguchi, Cabinet, and trustees. I'm Jennifer McGrath-Aller. I'm the first vice president of the Modesto Teachers Association. Tonight, I have our scholarship presentation to the MCS board for 2024. Each year, the Modesto Teachers Association awards scholarships of $1,000 to worthy students. This year, 11 students earned 12 scholarships. The Cecil Kerfman Memorial Scholarship was established in recognition of Mr. Kerfman's service to the teaching profession. Cecil Kerfman was a longtime social science teacher at La Loma Junior High and a leader in both the California Teachers Education and the National Education Association. The scholarship is awarded to the dependents of MTA, CTA members who demonstrate excellence during their high school careers. MTA congratulates this year's winners. Hayden Dahl from Bayer, McKenna Flores, Enox, Fallon Freeman, Bayer, Morgan Hildebrandt, Johansson, Helena Igems, Davis, Willem Igems, Davis, Avery Johnson, Enox, Evan Lopez, Downey, Jessica Munthy, Bayer, Olivia Poggi, Downey. Our most recently created scholarship is in honor of Frank Vandervoort, who serves as executive director of the Modesto Teachers Association for 15 years after 8 years as president. Frank is remembered for his comprehensive knowledge of the contract, his tenacious representation of members, and his ability to secure grievance settlements. You guys probably remember Frank very well if you've been around. The Frank Vandervoort Memorial Scholarship is awarded to high school seniors who are strong in academics and school activities and whose parents have been active in MTA. This year, the recipients are Channing Lundy Grigori with Beth Kennelly at La Loma, and Olivia Poggi from Downey with Gina Poggi from Martone. And by the way, Olivia Poggi is the only candidate who has won 2 scholarships. MTA wishes all of these students great success as they enter college and pursue their chosen direction. On a final note, I'd like to point out that our John Walther Teaching Scholarship, for the first time in MTA history, not one senior applied for this scholarship. Not one senior in our district thought education was the career choice for them. And to put it in perspective, normally we have between 20 and 30 that do apply. And we even sent out a second round of notifications, hoping maybe it just got overlooked. And not one senior from our district thought that education was the path they wanted to take. So I'd like the board to start asking themselves why that is. Go out and have real conversations with our students and ask them why becoming a teacher is not an appealing career choice for them. Over the last 10 years, there's been a shift in education. It's been exacerbated by COVID, and there's no easy solutions to what we face in today's world. But we're in the midst of a national teaching shortage, and there's no end in sight. So I'm asking, are the policies that we're still putting in place working? Some of the common reasons that you're going to get as to why teachers are leaving the profession or entering the profession, why they don't want to, they feel overworked, disrespected, or underpaid. You heard your own new teacher at the last board meeting describe how he can't make ends meet with rising rent, healthcare, and a beginning teaching salary, and he was in the hole every single month trying to make ends meet. So I'm asking the board moving forward to look at decisions that you make with a long-term goal in mind. Does it work towards fixing the national teaching shortage, or does it exacerbate the problem? It's really that simple. Does fighting over a teaching contract for an entire year with your teachers, your employees, help or hurt the shortage? Does saying it's not about affordability when we're talking about the teaching contract help or hurt the shortage? Because if it wasn't about affordability, what was it about? When you propose eliminating prep for all elementary teachers, does that help or hurt the shortage? Is the board even aware that the latest proposal involved having all K-6 teachers move their prep to after school? In fact, eliminating it. Is eliminating all K-6 teaching prep to after school to an already exhausted workforce going to help retain teachers? Is it going to help to attract new teachers? Does it show that we are valued? This board needs to take a hard look at some of the current practices and evaluate each decision based on that one question if we want to truly affect change. To be a destination district, you must first value your educators. Not in words, but in actions. Let's look at long-term fixes that are gonna make students want to come to school, not because we're bribing them with iPads or Xboxes, and I get why we do that to get the attendance up, but those are short-term fixes. They're not sustainable, and we're not changing the mindsets of students when we do that. If we stay in the current direction, our outcomes are certain. We're gonna have more of the same. We're gonna continue to struggle to get kids to come to school. We're gonna continue to struggle to get teachers to want to come into this profession and to stay in this profession. That's a given. There are things that we can do to work together to solve this together. It should worry you, it worries me, that none of our seniors applied for this scholarship, that none of them wanted to go into education. It's time to start taking a different direction. It's time for that pendulum to swing as it does so often in education. It's time for it to swing the other direction. Let's make teaching a profession our students value. It starts with what they see in their own classrooms, with their own teachers at their own sites. Respecting your current teachers is the best remedy for attracting new ones. And I can promise you, it doesn't start by eliminating our prep, and I hope that's not the direction that we're taking next year. Thank you.
California School Employees Association report.
Good evening. My name is Fawn Peterson. I'm here representing the California School Employees Association, Modesto Chapter 007 as the chapter president. Thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight. First of all, I wanted to thank several of you for attending our CSEA Member Appreciation Dinner. Thanks for supporting us in that endeavor. We were even approached afterwards by some of the cabinet members saying that they would like to donate to our raffle prizes for next year. So it's like, yes. All right. Second of all, I wanted to give a shout out to our first VP and Chief Union Steward, Matt Yonan. He won the highest award in our area, Area E, the Blanche Bispo Award. And I wanted to give a shout out to him for all his service to our chapter and our chapter's members. We also wanted to share our scholarship award winner, Peyton Arviso, won our award, our scholarship award. And it was interesting that this year we had very few applicants. I'm not sure what we're gonna do to make it better next year. Last year we had 13 applicants. This year we had 1. And so we're gonna work on making that a bigger prize or bigger apple to shoot for. Finally, I wanted to introduce you to another of our executive board members. I told you that I was gonna try and get somebody here every month or at every meeting to introduce you to you. This time I'd like to introduce Brian Pena, our technology officer. Brian works really hard at keeping our devices working, our internet connected, and our chapter meetings broadcast to all of our members. We now have a hybrid option for our meetings. You might be familiar with Brian because he's often behind that desk there, streaming the school board meetings. And he also was sponsored by Modesto City Schools to attend our paraeducator conference this year.
Hello. As Fawn said, I'm the technology officer, Brian Pena. Publicly speaking does not come naturally to me. It's definitely much easier behind that booth over there. So I've been with the district for just over 3 years now. The first year starting as a substitute tech and the past 2 years as a tech 2. This district and IETS has given me a lot of great opportunities, including Classified Leadership Academy. I think that program will definitely greatly benefit the district as a whole. And it's been a really great source of learning for me. We all have the ability to work together. It's not us against you when problems arise. It's us collectively against the problem for the benefit of students. And I look forward to continuing to work with you all.
Report on B3, report on Improve Your Tomorrow. Okay.
All right. Good evening, Board President Irvin, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, Cabinet members, and guests. I'm Fallon Ferris, Modesto City Schools Equity and Intervention Specialist, and tonight our focus is on the empowerment and progress as we delve into the report on Improve Your Tomorrow's mentoring program. Now, without further ado, I'm going to hand it right over to IYT's co-founder and leader, Michael Casper.
Thank you. I'm going to start a timer because my wife tells me I get long-winded as I've aged.
Oh, we have one.
Okay.
Yeah.
You do? Okay, there it is. Look, you said when in doubt. I got you covered. Good evening, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi, Board Chair Mr. Irvin, and esteemed members of the board. My name is Mike Casper, and I am excited about being with you all this evening and sharing some of the success that we've had over the last 3 years. Also, special shout out to Mark and Fallon, who I've had the pleasure of being able to work with, as well as Mr. Sanchez and Ms. Butler, both at Hanshaw, and Thomas Downey. For the sake of time, I am going to dive right into our presentation. Improve Your Tomorrow, also known as IYT's mission, is to help get young men of color not only to college, but through college. And the reason for that is because oftentimes when you look at data and you segment it out and you pull out young men of color, there's oftentimes large disparities when it comes to high school graduation rates, college attendance, college completion, et cetera. And IYT wanted to go in partnership with school districts, families, students. We wanted to be community partners that are a part of the village that oftentimes it takes for students to be able to live out all of the potential that they have. One thing that makes us unique is that we have a 12-year commitment starting as early as 7th grade, and we continue with those students as they matriculate into high school, when they go off to college, whether it's a community college or a 4-year institution. And we also have an opportunity for them to give back to their communities once they're in college or have recently graduated from college by us hiring them back on, oftentimes putting them in the high schools and middle schools in which they graduated from, with the emphasis of them encouraging and motivating the next generation. This slide here outlines the interventions that we provide the young men that participate in our program. Those include near-peer mentorship, college advising, college trips. Our brothers love the college trips. Member development, that's our holistic approach. We want our students to be sound academically, but we also just want them to be well-rounded young men. So we talk about ways to deal with conflict. We talk about what it means to be a scholar. Academic study halls, that happens in the after-school space, parent engagement, and internships. This slide here talks a little bit just in regards to the staffing makeup. At both of our sites, Hanshaw and Thomas Downey, they have a program manager that supports those campuses. Ms. Yahida is here today. If you could just do a little wave, there you go. And then in addition to that, we have 3 mentors at Hanshaw Middle School and then 6 mentors at Thomas Downey. Our standard is a 1-to-25 ratio, but when we partnered 3 years ago, one of the exceptions that we wanted to make sure that we made was to get that closer to the 1-to-20 ratio. So currently, it's 1-to-17 at Hanshaw and 1-to-15 at Thomas Downey. So what does our student profile look like? What does it look like in regards to what students are we trying to target? We're trying to target those students that just need some additional support. They need some additional exposure, accountability, and oftentimes they just need an abundance amount of love. So many of our students, when they start in the program, they start with below a 2.0 GPA. Many of the students have attendance and behavior issues, and many of the young men start off not being on track to graduate high school and to move on to college. And so back in school year 21-22, we recruited students, and this is kind of our metric of how we measure success over a 3-year period. And knowing that unfortunately we haven't figured out how you can transform a young person overnight, it takes time, and so that's what's illustrated in this slide. Year 1 is all about building relationships and increasing sense of belonging. Year 2 is where we want to see an improvement in attendance and behavior. And year 3, after 4 semesters, is where we want to see shifts in academic indicators. And over the next couple of slides, I want to share with you some of the successes and some of the early data that we've collected when it pertains to these young people. So 22-23 outcomes, what's reflected in the graph here is it reflects high school students that have participated at least 4 terms. So it's looking at 21-22 in comparison to 22-23. And for all of the students that, again, been a part of the program 4 or more semesters, they went from a 2.11 GPA to a 2.74 GPA at the close of last year. So again, seeing some strides. We're big on its progress, not perfection, but how do we incrementally get better in the various indicators. For our middle school students that had D's and F's, there was 18% during the 21-22 school year, and that was reduced to 9% for the 22-23 school year. This slide talks about this year, so it's looking at 23-24 mid-year outcomes, and it's looking at the activities. So currently we're at 98% roster capacity. That just means we're contracted for 150 students. Currently we're at 98% of that. Retention rate is at 86%. And then the medium and high dosage tier, what that is suggesting is that's looking at all of those interventions that we mentioned earlier, those 7 core services. This here is saying that 79% of the brothers are engaging in at least 50% or more of those interventions. So they're invested into the program. I'm gonna try to speed along because I'm getting long-winded. Academic outcomes, so 62% of our Thomas Downey students who had D's and F's in the fall decreased the number of D's and F's fall of 2023. And it was a 50% decrease of D's and F's for the same period for our Hanshaw brothers. Hang in there, y'all. Here we go. 3-year academic outcomes. So when it comes to our seniors, we've had 2 graduating class. 100% of them have graduated on time. As far as A through G rate, what we compare is like for those students that are in the program for those 4 semesters, are they outperforming students that have a smaller dosage? And we're showing that those students that have been in 4 or more semesters that showed a 4% increase, and then 57% of our students went on to college, those that were in the program for 4 or more semesters. On the right-hand side, you see Thomas Downey's IYT student DNF rate has decreased year over year, starting off in 21-23 at a 74% rate, and now it's at a 53%. So still, again, not where we want to be, because we know these young people have phenomenal potential, but we've shown progress looking at semester 1 over the last 3 years. This here, looking at attendance, I'm going to just pause for a second and I'll highlight a couple of data points just to move us along. So 20 brothers were served at Hanshaw in 21-22, and 15 of them improved in 22-23. For Thomas Downey, 9 Thomas Downey brothers had experienced chronic absenteeism. So this is just looking at those students that were demonstrated chronic absenteeism, and of those, 7 improved their attendance rate in 22-23. When it comes to behavior outcomes, again, 21-22 was at about 7%. As you can see in 23-24, it's at 3.9%. We struggled in 22-23 at 12%, but then has shown a significant decrease at 3.6%. Now we still do have a month remaining, but I'm with an optimistic mindset that that'll stay true to that 3.6. All right, this is just showing the number of students that we've served over the last 3 years. Total interventions. So this is just looking at this year and just looking at the spring semester. This is as of May the 1st. We've had 3,113 interventions that again include our mentorship, parent engagement, so on and so forth. All right, so in March of each year, we do a survey and we want to hear directly from our brothers in regards to the impact or lack thereof that IYTs has had on them. And so since joining IYT, this is reflecting brothers that have either strongly agreed or agreed with the following sentiments. So I feel more confident in my ability to do well, 99%. So since taking part in IYT, I feel more confident. I have more confidence in myself overall. That's the holistic approach. 96%, I feel more confident that I can go to college. My positive classroom behaviors have increased, and so on and so forth. These are some rooms for opportunities or growth. We look at data to be able to highlight the positive things that we're seeing, but also areas in which we can improve. So opportunities for growth. Since joining IYT, only 50% of brothers say that they feel like they matter to others in IYT. 58% says that they feel connected to adults on IYT. 60%, how well do people in IYT understand you as a person? And then 65% in regards to how much respect do others in IYT show you. I'll pause on this slide. These are direct quotes from our brothers. Far left, it opened my eyes and made me realize that I'm smart enough to go to college. Oftentimes there's this perception of, I'm a first generation student, I can't go to college. And so we try to instill hope and belief. But above that, we try to instill the support mechanisms as well. I promise. Last 2 slides. Principal survey feedback, which is key. So this was, we surveyed both principals, and these were some of the strengths that they outlined and then areas of opportunity. And then I would be remiss if I did not put a young person in front of you. So we do have one of our own brothers, Roberto, who's a 9th grader at Thomas Downey. He's just going to share 60 seconds about the impact IYT has had on him. Roberto, you want to come up?
So just quick context. We pulled in Roberto like around 3:30 today because our speaker couldn't make it. So he's truly a champion. He's a good sport.
Hello, my name is Roberta Castaneda. I'm a 9th grader.
Yep.
I attend Thomas Downey High School. How to say this?
Why'd you join IYT? Oh, how'd you hear about IYT?
Oh, by my friend. I was like in English class. I was talking to my friends. Then we talk about clubs. Then I heard about IYT. Like, I heard about the good stuff, like trips, college trips, all that good stuff, and helping me in homeworks and everything like that. For the reason why I attend, well, just for the college trip, of course, like, yeah. But after that, like, when I actually go to the after school programs, it's changed. Like, I want to go to IOT because of the atmosphere of the class or of the club that they curated. Felt good. I say this. Felt good. And 2 college trips I have gone was the CSU,
Santa Cruz.
UC Santa Cruz,
Yep.
and UC Berkeley.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
Yep.
yep, yeah.
And do you want them, how do you feel about this program?
Oh, you should be open with this.
All right.
All right, so just some quick next steps. So we're going to review IYT's end of year data in the next month or so. We're also beginning to roll out IYT at Johansen High School and Elliott Continuation School through a community schools grant that we were granted not too long ago. And lastly, we are currently in discussion around additional potential expansion sites. So that conversation's happening, and at this time, I'd like to open it up to public comment first, and then to our board for questions and feedback. Or actually, I think that's your role. High. I take it every time, John. I'm sorry.
Yes, so we're going to go out to audience for any comments.
Good evening, I'm Aaron Anguiano. I have 3 children in the school district, as you know, and I represent the community. It all boils down to social, emotional support for these children. When you see, I really like this because what you're doing is because when you see these children, they feel supported and that somebody cares for them, that's what makes them achieve. Sometimes we have children that that misbehave or have little things, or in the eyes of the teacher, the child is misbehaving and ends up in detention and suspension. So when we have adults that are supporting them and helping them how to achieve and realize their dreams or start dreaming about going to college, so that's really, really good. I think it's a great opportunity and program. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any comments from the board? Questions and comments from the board? Trustee Brown.
So I like seeing these outcomes, and especially the fact that you have such a high percentage of your students who are going and attending college. That's amazing. That's what we want to see happen. And I love the fact that you're taking kids that really had a hard time finding purpose, helping them realize they can dream, and then showing them how. So thank you for doing that. I wanted to get a definition, if I can. You say that this is targeting young men of color. So define that for me, please.
The majority of our students make up Latinx and African-American students, but we have, and that's about 72%. That's looking at IYT as a whole, are those 2 subgroups. But we have everything. We have Southeast Asian, Pacific Islanders, yeah. But the primary focus is on African-American and Latinos, just because the data, if you drill down the data, again, when it comes to college going as well as high school graduation, those are where they're the most largest disparities.
Great. Keep digging deep. We want to bring those with the least hope to where they find a future. Thank you.
Okay. I have a few questions. As you spoke about earlier in the presentation, when you said you guys dropped the numbers based on that was my suggestion back in the day. Good deal. The closer you can get to the outcomes with a ideal, ideal mentorship ratio is 1 to 1. We all know that.
Right.
And suggestion is 1 to 4. But there's other strategies that can be deployed to accomplish similar goals. So I noticed, and I'm liking the data that that I'm seeing here, especially as a 30-year mentor and running mentoring programs in that time span. So one thing I wanted to ask, you have 57% of the students who are in programming 4+ semesters go to college. So where did the other 43% go?
The vast majority workforce.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that brings me to the next question. So is it a possibility that you can start to add some other options and opportunities, such as CTE, technical schools, and things like that, where there might be some interest in going to, linking up with one of the unions and, stuff like that, that gives the other 43% some other options and opportunities? Just a thought.
No, absolutely. I think we looked at two things. One is definitely looking at that, and we still support those students too. Like, we try to connect them to different careers that they are interested in. We also, a growth opportunity for us as an organization, though, is doing a better job at aligning careers with college. And so I think that's one of the parts to where we can just strengthen of, like, okay, let's identify where you want to go as far as the career, and then be able to show through that if there is a need for higher education, or if it's something that they can do through a CTE program, forgive me.
And then with the 3,113 total interventions, strategically, how is those interventions done? Is it one-on-one or group interventions, or how do you guys deploy those interventions?
Yeah, really good question. So that's really a makeup of all the different core services, like the mentorship, that's one-on-one. But whereas like our after-school programming, we'll have all of our brothers come into a space, and then that's when we're doing our academic supports and workshops. So that's on a 1-to-20, 1-to-25 ratio, more again around creating a space, a safe space where they can come, do their homework, get some additional support, and then also do the workshops, and then college visits. Again, that's where we bring all of our brothers to the various trips, similar to Roberto, as he mentioned, to UC Berkeley, to UC Santa Cruz. And so that's considered one intervention, any touch point that they have with IYT.
Okay. So now you guys at that third year, right? So that's
We're wrapping up the third year this year, yep.
Wrapping up the third year. So now it's that, boom, get in there and to use all the data that you've collected now to really refine your program and your strategies. Now you should know what's working for you, what's challenging for you, and to be able to develop, a more successful,
absolutely,
mentoring program. So thank you again for your time and the good work that you're doing out there with our students. And you guys are doing good. You're doing really good. So
appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay. Before, review of draft resolutions calling for bond measure election, elementary, middle schools, ballot label, full ballot text, and bond project list.
Thank you, President Irvin. Good evening, trustees. Just quick memo to self, do not follow a dynamic speaker in future board meetings, like what we just heard. So, we're about to hear a presentation providing the board with an update on our current elementary bond program and the planning for a third measure in November. With us tonight, we have our bond team. Many members of our bond team have joined us here personally. One is virtual, but we have our bond counsel, Sean Mick, with Dennis Walliver Kelly, After the presentation, he'll review the bond language and the resolution. Joining us online to answer any questions the board may have is Charles Heath with Team Civex. We have our bond financial planner, Kathy Domenico, with Capital Public Finance Group here with us, and one of our bond underwriters, Ralph Holmes, with Piper Sandler. And we have our own internal staff, Roger Orth and Dwayne Wolterstorff here as well. So this is the same bond team that brought us Measures D and E in 2018 and Measure L in 2022. Back real quick. Tonight, we're going to review the need for a third elementary school bond measure. And then we will review for the board the bond language with the resolution, the 75-word ballot statement, the full ballot text, and the bond project list. All of these statements are in your agenda in preparation for tonight. And then we'll talk about next steps. You've heard this before. You'll see this at every presentation that staff does. It's our collective vision, our collective why, the MCS vision. Dr. Noguchi mentioned it earlier in her report. And this begins even with our earliest learners at our elementary schools. I know it talks about every student graduates, but this elementary bond measure and the work that we're doing currently with Measure D and E impacts our earliest learners at the elementary level. Measures D and E were passed in November of 2018. Total bond authorization at that time was $131 million. Both Measures D and E at the time far surpassed the 55% passage threshold needed. Measure D received 72.4% yes vote, and Measure E received 69.6% yes vote. Construction began immediately June 3rd of 2019 at all school sites. It covered 22 TK6 schools and 4 junior high schools. Construction will end in 25-26 school year. As you know, the next 2 weeks are filled with groundbreaking ceremonies and ribbon cutting ceremonies, just to highlight the great work that we've been able to do with the voter support in 2018. Why now? Why are we talking about this again? Even with Measure L, which is a high school bond program, but Measure L passed in 2022, and the three of them have provided $329 million to improve our elementary and high school facilities. Measures D and E will not be retired until the year 2052 on our taxpayers. However, additional investments are still needed to meet the needs of our students before the year 2052, when Measures D and E will be paid in full. Prior to Measures D and E, many of you know and seen and were referenced the $1.2 billion book of unfunded school facilities identified. Facility needs continue to grow each year, even with the Measures D and E and Measure L. Most of our elementary schools were built more than 50 years ago. We're not building new elementary schools, but we're modernizing and improving the existing elementary facilities that we have. When Measures D and E were approved, staff identified that they would only fund about 20% of the needs. At that time, $131 million was able to fund about 20% of our identified needs. It's only been 6 years since Measures D and E were passed. However, the success of our current bond program, elementary bond program, has shown that the district, Modesto City Schools, is a good steward of the community dollars. An ongoing bond program is needed to bring our facilities up to a modern standard. It was nearly 20 years between the last elementary bond measure and Measures D and E that were passed in 2018. We can't wait another 20 years. We cannot afford to kick that can down the road another 20 years. And an ongoing bond program is one that is needed for our elementary schools. December survey results indicate that current community voter support is existing for a successful elementary bond measure. That voter survey was in December of 23. It targeted likely voters. The survey period ran from December 8th to December 18th, and it had a plus or minus 4.23% margin of error. The survey assessed potential voter support for a bond measure and prioritization of the projects. As had earlier reported to the board, that survey in December showed 64.6% yes support for a cafeteria multi-use building-focused bond measure. We currently have 12 elementary schools without a new cafeteria. The cost is estimated to be $29 per 100,000 in its assessed value per home each year. And again, we'd like to note that the assessed value is based on the purchase price of the home, not the current market value. Next steps would be June 3rd board meeting. Our next board meeting would, we would ask the board to approve the resolution authorizing the bond issuance and approving the legal documents. And then once that is done, there would be a formation of a bond campaign committee. As mentioned earlier, we have our lead bond counsel here, Sean Mick, and he will review the resolution language and any other questions that the board may have.
Good evening, Board President Irvin, members of the board, Superintendent Noguchi, and Cabinet. Thank you so much for having me here this evening. My name is Sean Mick, as mentioned. I'm going to fix this microphone. There we go. As Mr. Zierli mentioned, I'm going to give sort of a high-level overview of the resolution and what its purpose is. I know that most of you, if not all of you, have seen this before. I see so many familiar faces here, and it's really great to be back in front of you again. Our firm's been here as bond counsel since before 2018 and has been watching the progress with measures D, E, and L. So really excited to be here to talk about this opportunity for the district. What the resolution does in a nutshell is it puts forward to the county registrar of voters an order to create a bond measure election. And that question that would go in front of the voters within the elementary district, as Mr. Zierli mentioned, would be whether or not the district is authorized to issue up to $85 million in additional bonds to support the programs, the capital expenditures that the district needs to make for critical improvements, including multi-purpose rooms and cafeteria spaces, among other projects. So the resolution itself does a couple key things. It puts on that election with the county level and then delegates to staff to do all the things that it needs to do to facilitate that. So that's what the front part of the resolution does. The resolution also attaches 3 exhibits. You've seen these before. Exhibit A is the 75-word statement. That's the question that goes in front of voters as to whether they are authorizing the district to, put on the measure. Exhibit B is the full text of the measure, which includes the statement and the findings of this board as to why it's important to bring forward the measure at this time, what the critical needs are, what the district has done in the past to improve facilities, and why they feel that it's now time to move forward with these projects. Most importantly, the Exhibit B full text of the measure, which is what is printed into the voter pamphlets, is the bond project list itself. The bond project list is primarily focused on the multi-purpose room improvements as mentioned, but also all of the other critical need projects are listed in that exhibit. The last exhibit is a tax rate statement. That's a statement that's signed by the superintendent, and it contains all of the tax-related information that is required to be stated therein, such as the average annual tax and the maximum tax, and how much is collected over time should the voters vote in this measure. So with that, I just wanted to pause for a moment to see if there are any questions about the resolution itself or the particular language in the exhibits. Hearing none, I'm available for additional questions as they may come up. Yes.
Yes, I was going to ask any comments from the public. Seeing none, and we just found out. Board, any questions, comments?
I would like to just read the 75 words. Is that okay? It's just this little paragraph right here.
Go ahead.
It's what we're voting on tonight. So it's Modesto City, I mean,
Yeah,
not
we
till
don't do
June
June
3rd,
3rd,
Not
but
until-
it's,
not
yeah.
until June 3rd,
That's
yes.
right, I remember, yes. Thank you for the reminder. But it's that Modesto City Elementary School District Safe and Modern Schools Measure, that's the title, to repair, upgrade local elementary, junior high schools, upgrade cafeterias, multipurpose rooms to fix leaking roofs, deteriorating plumbing, restrooms, and provide instructional space for music, art, science, technology, and engineering. Shall Modesto City Elementary School District's measure be adopted, authorizing $85 million in bonds at legal rates for the $4.5 million annually at $29 per $100,000 assessed value, while bonds are outstanding, requiring citizen oversight, annual audits, no funds for administrator salaries, and all funds used locally. So that's the question, and that's the statement. So it's, well, I like how it's worded, and I like all of the items in there.
Well, I was going to say that that was an excellent job reading that, and I know that the language, it can be a little bit convoluted and hard to get out, and that there's a very good reason for that. It's a statutory requirement that the language be constructed in this way, and that it also contains so many of these elements, such that there's, you know, amongst us bond folks, we talk about how difficult it is to both get across the message of what it is you're trying to achieve and also comply with the statutory requirements to put all of those pieces together. So just being able to read through it once as you did, wanted to commend you for that, because it does sometimes, you know, trip you up a little bit, but all of those elements are there for a reason.
Trustee Brown.
I don't have any questions at this time, but I do have a whole lot of gratitude for the team that's been involved with us from the very beginning. We see great hope. And, you know, the one thing that I'd like to point out to the public tonight is that as you drive around the city of Modesto and look what's happening, where is construction happening? Where is the building industry thriving? What contribution to our economy is Modesto City Schools making? And it is phenomenal to see progress, huge progress, at all of our campuses. And some of our campuses, we've been able to focus greater portions than we have at others. But there is still a lack of equity for all of our students. And my question to the public is, why stop now when we're not able to give what we can give to some of our students? We need to give it to all of them. And so it's urgent that we pass this. And I thank the district for having the foresight to be able to move forward with this. It is a time of financial risk, but the voters have told us that they support it. So we're going to need to work our tails off to make sure that we get the message out and put together a strong committee to support the effort and get the word out that shares with the public what the need is for our kids to have their lunch in a safe place, protected from the weather, and at lunchtime. Our lunches now start almost at the beginning of the school day and finish at the end of the school day so that every child gets a chance to eat lunch, but not during lunchtime. Just a handful get that opportunity. So a cafeteria with a multipurpose room at every campus is just a huge step forward for providing the best education that we can for our children. So if you can't guess, I'm a full supporter of these bonds, and I'm grateful to our community for supporting them. We're going to be able to see great things happen for all of our kids with these projects, and thank you.
Trustee Daly.
I just have a few questions. I'm curious, since we have our own historian here, what is the reason that it took 20 years in order for Modesto City Schools to start initiating bonds?
Yeah, ask Mr. Zerly, because I am not sure of the reason why we didn't get to the elementary schools, because we passed the two in 2001. I think it was for the two high schools.
There was also a companion elementary measure in 2001 also. And why why it took so long between then and 2018, um, that's a great question. I, I don't know that. I know when I started in 2017, there was support from our Teachers Association to help us promote a bond measure, a school bond measure, because it had been so long. But why it took that long is, that's normally not the case. As I tried to address, a healthy bond program is ongoing, it's perpetual, because a typical bond authorization is expired in 25 or 30 years. It just is not feasible to wait that long before you have a second or a third or a fourth.
Mhm. I received a wonderful education from yourself, and I'm sorry for
Kathy.
No, no, from one of the bond committees, and I forgot her name, so I do apologize. But so I am learning that as well. This is my learning process here. I'm curious, so if we decide to put the measure on the ballot, how much is that gonna cost the district to do?
It, the cost to the district has been, up to this point, the planning, the bond council, the financial planning, the survey. So that's already, that's our cost. Once if you authorize, a resolution to place it on the November ballot, our costs are gone. There will be no more costs. We can't utilize public funds, for the passage of a bond measure. But the team you see out here, up to this point, all the work that's gone into crafting the language, crafting the resolution, coming up with the dollar amount, the bond project list, that's all been, that's all bond measures, so that's a cost to the district that we have, that we asked the board for in planning for this measure.
That's right, thank you. Now I remember you saying that. So my concern is the economic outcome or economic uncertainty right now, even from December to present, is significantly different. So that's just my concerns there with finances for people.
More? Oh, myself. I just wanted to know from a planning standpoint, we're shooting for November ballot with this bond measure, if I'm correct, right?
That is correct, the presidential election.
Presidential election. And are there any statistics to show there's any differentiation between having a bond measure during a presidential election and versus a non-presidential election?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Charles Heath, who I hope is out there virtually and heard the question. If not, we will
Yep,
ask.
I'm here. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, so the presidential elections every 4 years are the high water mark in terms of voter turnout. And higher voter turnout tends to bring younger voters to the polls and typically more generally progressive electorate. And those also tend to be the voters that are most supportive of bond proposals. So I think that's one of the reasons why we are seeing support for your measure that is, above 60%. And in fact, after voters hear positive arguments in favor of the measure, support actually gets above 70%. So to the concern that was raised earlier about the economic environment and how that may be impacting voters, we are conducting polling up and down the state for a variety of school districts looking at the November ballot just within the last few weeks. And I haven't seen significant declines in support, despite the economic anxiety that is certainly out there and concerns about a future recession. Again, given the strength of your poll results, if you were sitting at 56, 57%, I'd be concerned, but you're sitting at 65% plus. So I think it's still a green light for November.
Thank you. Okay. No action on this, right? Until June 3rd, right? B5, report on 8th grade health curriculum adoption for 2024-25. Dr. Olson.
Good evening. Good evening, Board President Irvin, trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, Cabinet, and members of the public. This evening, I will be presenting on the 8th grade health curriculum recommendation for adoption. The process that I will discuss tonight will be centered in our MCS vision, ensuring that every student graduates with the skills, knowledge, and character traits essential to thrive and contribute in society. By providing comprehensive health instruction for students at this age, we can help to deepen the level at which students thrive and can contribute to society. Tonight, I will review a timeline of the curriculum review process, present the curriculum recommendation to adopt for the 2024-2025 school year in the area of 8th grade health, and outline next steps in the process. This presentation aligns with District Goal 1, increase academic achievement and ensure equitable access to enable all students to attain college and career readiness. In accordance with Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 6161.1, over the course of the last 3 months, a teacher committee of health educators met to review publisher options and make recommendations. A public preview of the recommendation has been open since April 1st and will remain open through May 17th. I would like to briefly go over in a little more detail the timeline that we followed for this curriculum recommendation. We determined that there was a need to evaluate health education at the junior high level. 3 curriculum options were identified for review. All options were reviewed using the California Healthy Youth Act Compliance Assessment Tool. A health curriculum team also met to review and evaluate the 3 curriculum options. The team made their recommendations based on the thoroughness of the curriculum, parent communication options, the lesson components, clarity of lesson planning for teachers, and the resources for inclusivity. The recommendation is to move forward with Teen Talk Middle School. This text is published by Health Connected and is the 2023 print edition. This edition is available through both print and digital platforms. And I would like to take a moment to thank the team of representatives for this adoption committee, and I would like to thank each of them for their time and valuable input. Our representatives were Garrett Brown, Cheryl Nelson, and Brandon Price. We currently do not have 8th grade health teachers, and we appreciate the expertise that this team of representatives brought during the curriculum review. As part of this adoption, students enrolled in this course will receive physical materials. The recommendation for this adoption is a 3-year contract with a fiscal impact of approximately $20,000. The approximate cost is based on projected enrollment numbers. I would also like to take a moment to provide some additional reminders regarding health instruction. Parents do have the discretion to opt out of having their child participate in health education. Per the California Healthy Youth Act, parents will be notified about instruction in comprehensive sexual health education and HIV prevention education at the beginning of the school year, or upon enrollment if a student is enrolled after the start of the school year. Parents or guardians have the right to excuse their child from all or part of comprehensive sexual health education, and the request must be stated in writing. Students will be given an alternate assignment during these periods and will not be penalized. The next steps in the adoption process will be the approval of the recommended curriculum at the June 3rd Board of Education meeting. After approval is granted, training for teachers on the health curriculum will be scheduled. This training will be provided by the publisher of the curriculum. And President Irvin, I will turn it back to you.
Yes, any comments from the public? We have Tom Grain. Oh, Tom Grain? Okay, that was the public card I had. Okay, any questions and comments from the board? I mean, the public, that's just asked. Oh, okay.
I would like to, if you'd be okay.
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Kate, and my children are in Modesto City Schools right now. I'm here to support the adoption of the district proposed 8th grade health curriculum, Teen Talk. Kids need accurate information about the changes that their bodies are going through, like puberty, bullying, healthy relationships, sexual feelings, and consent. Comprehensive sex education curricula like Teen Talk opens the door for important conversations between children and their parents. When families have the facts, it's easier to talk about safety, consent, and contraception long before kids need it. Personally, this issue is near and dear to my heart. My mom was a teen mom, and she did not have access to inclusive sexual education. Because of this, she's always taught me the importance of education, consent, and knowledge so that we can make the best choices for our own families. Please vote yes to adopt Teen Talk as the 8th grade health curriculum for the Modesto City Schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and good evening, trustees. My name is Celia Garcia Perez, and my daughters are students in Modesto City Schools. I am here also to support the district proposed 8th grade health curriculum, Teen Talk. This is an issue I care about deeply. It is one of reproductive justice and equity for all of our students. Every student deserves to feel safe, welcome, and acknowledged at school. LGBTQ students thrive when they see themselves reflected in lessons and when all students learn that it is entirely normal for people to have different sexual orientations or gender identities. Inclusive lessons can create a positive effect on the whole school community and reduce bullying, discrimination, and harassment. Everyone is better off when there is mutual respect and understanding. An inclusive, comprehensive sexual health education curriculum prepares our young people to understand the complexities of adult relationships, including options like marriage and family, to respect the diversity and traditions of the people they'll meet throughout their life, and to confidently find their place in the world. Teen Talk is a comprehensive curriculum that reflects the diversity of our student body here in Modesto. Please vote yes to adopt Teen Talk as the 8th grade health curriculum for Modesto City Schools. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Arabaran, and I have two daughters who attend Modesto City Schools. One of my daughters will be in 8th grade next year at Roosevelt. I'm also Director of Health and Wellness Services at Modesto Junior College, a registered nurse, a licensed public health nurse, and I have a master's degree in nursing education. I'm also a member of the Sexually Transmitted Diseases Coalition and Communicable Disease Work Group through Stanislaus County Health Services Agency. I'm here tonight to support the district's choice of Teen Talk for its 8th grade health curriculum. As a health provider at MJC, I have direct experience on a regular basis with graduates of Modesto City Schools. Teen Talk is a comprehensive, inclusive, and unbiased health curriculum that is compliant with the California Healthy Youth Act. In a recent training I attended through California Department of Public Health, Teen Talk was highlighted as a recommended curriculum that can be tailored for students with varying abilities. The Teen Talk curriculum will have a much-needed impact on the health of our diverse community. As evidenced by data from the CDC's Youth Risk Behavior Survey, the California Healthy Youth Act is succeeding in providing students with the knowledge and skills to protect their sexual and reproductive health from unintended pregnancy, HIV, and other STIs. Since its passage in 2016, California high school students who report being sexually active have increased rates of contraceptive use. They have also reported lower rates of sexual activity than high school students nationally, and rates have consistently decreased. Despite the good news from California students in general, Stanislaus County falls behind in a major key focus area, which is sexually transmitted infections. Data shows a 40% increase in chlamydia and gonorrhea cases from 2013 to 2017. In 2017, Stanislaus County ranked third highest for congenital syphilis infection rates throughout all of California, with a 388% increase since 2017. In 2022, new HIV diagnosis rates were better in Stanislaus County versus larger metropolitan areas of California. However, we still had more than one diagnosis of HIV per week and more pregnant individuals diagnosed than normal. In spring 2023, my department partnered with the University of Michigan to conduct the Healthy Mind Survey. Close to 18% of Modesto Junior College students who reported being sexually active shared that the withdrawal method was their usual form of birth control, increasing the chance of pregnancy to 1 in 5 while in college with no protection against STDs. So I'd like to reiterate my support of Teen Talk. Comprehensive, inclusive, and culturally appropriate sexual health education aligns with the strategies of the Stanislaus County Community Health Improvement Plan and facilitates increased awareness, health literacy, and healthy behaviors in our students. Thank you.
Don't worry, these are my comments, not this. Good evening, everyone. I ask today that the board vote yes on June 3rd to adopt Teen Talk for the 8th grade health curriculum. My name is Cheryl Nelson, and I'm the instructional coach at Bayer High School. I was on the committee for the 8th grade health curriculum selection, so I wanted to give everyone some details on my relevant experience. Prior to coming to Modesto in 2022, I was a teacher and then teacher on special assignment for 20 years in the San Francisco Unified School District. I hold a California Health Science single subject credential, and I taught health ed for more than a decade. I was a health curriculum specialist and trainer of health teachers at SFUSD for over 7 years. During that time, I met periodically with both the California Department of Ed and the Federal Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. I was an editor as well as authored portions of one of the first comprehensive sex education curricula to be found by the California Department of Ed to be compliant with the California Healthy Youth Act, also known as CHIA. My senior colleague at SFUSD was one, oh, by the way, it was not Teen Talk, so no conflict of interest there. My senior colleague at SFUSD was one of the co-authors of the new California Department of Ed Health Education Framework that was released in 2021 and covers how the K-12 California health education standards should be taught. I helped proofread sections of it for her and learned a lot in the process. In my work, I've lived and breathed California sex ed policy for the past decade. I've had to be very aware of the struggles of a number of school districts in our state to become compliant with CHIA after it took effect in 2016. California responded to the evidence that comprehensive sex ed reduces incidents of gender and sexuality-based bullying, as well as helps delay sexual debut in youth and reduce teen pregnancy and STI contraction. It's not the job of anyone here to determine whether or not unbiased, scientifically sound, non-shaming, comprehensive sex ed should be taught in Modesto City schools. Under California state law, it must be. The board is aware of that, but I want to make sure the public knows that as well. I applaud the MCS leadership for addressing the parental and student concerns and acting to become compliant with the California Healthy Youth Act. While it is unfortunate that MCS is late to the game in ensuring compliance with CHIA, it allows us to learn from the experiences and missteps of other districts. In Fresno City Schools, for example, there was political grandstanding, ugly battling, and foot dragging. Thankfully, they are on the right path now, but it came at the cost of missed education for students, wasted time, and damaged relationships. If there's one thing I've learned since moving here, it is that in Modesto, people from all different walks of life can and do come together to address issues and support each other with courage and care. I feel grateful to work in this district because it's here where I get to see that happen every single day in the service of our kids. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Erica Flaherty, and my children are students in Modesto City Schools. I am here to support the adoption of the 8th grade health curriculum, Teen Talk. Over the past several months, a group of parents, grandparents, and community members, including myself, sent letters to the district voicing our concerns about sexual health education in MCS schools. I would like to thank the district administration, especially Dr. Noguchi, Mr. Rich, Dr. Olson, and Ms. Ferris, for their efforts in responding to those concerns. I would like to thank the health curriculum team for reviewing multiple curricula and selecting the one that will be the best fit for teachers and inclusive of all students. I would also like to thank all of the parents who wrote letters and all of the people from the community who are here tonight to support Teen Talk. Would everyone who is here to support Teen Talk please stand to be recognized? Please vote yes to adopt Teen Talk as the 8th grade health curriculum for Modesto City Schools. Thank you.
See no more from the public. Questions and comments from the board? Vice President Maestas.
Thank you, and thank you for the report. Thank you for the comments from everybody being here. I've got a few questions. On the slide that says selection criteria, one of the selection criteria is resources for inclusivity. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, so Teen Talk has 2 publications of their curriculum. One is for general education students and others is for students with disabilities. So we are proposing the adoption of both so that we can meet the needs of all of our students.
Okay.
And,
Go ahead.
also the general education program has a component in Spanish, so all the materials are available for our students who don't speak English.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thanks for that clarity. Okay. Something else. I got a couple questions here. Why 8th grade? I know other districts 7th grade. Is there like a law between whether it has to be 8th grade or 7th grade?
No, Chaya states that once in junior high, once in high school. The district has done this in 8th grade for many years already, and we decided to stay with the same grade level.
Is there a reason why we don't switch to 7th?
I didn't discuss that.
Okay.
I didn't look into it for a reason why. I don't know.
All right. I mean, I guess this is just my personal opinion. Earlier, better. 7th grade seems appropriate as well. My kids are not, well, both my boys weren't in Modesto City for 7th and 8th grade, but they had their sexual education in 7th grade, and I felt it was appropriate then. So I was wondering why it in our districts is 8th grade. So other question about that. Who does the teaching now? It says we don't you said in our committee members, we had high school, but although we have an expert in this that was on that committee, so thank you for that. But we don't have any junior high teachers. Junior high kids tend to be a bit different than high school kids, from my experience, where if we don't have any current 8th grade health, who does the teaching, who does the teaching now?
We brought, in the past, up until this year, Modesto Pregnancy Center has been a presenter that has come in to all of our junior highs to share presentations.
So we outsourced it. Now this is for our our teachers. Yes. And they're going to get training. Our 8th grade teachers are going to get training. Is this going to be done in science, or are they going to be health teachers? Like, who are we going to need additional personnel? How does that work?
We're still discussing and determining which teachers will be the ones teaching this.
Okay.
But we haven't made our final decision on that yet.
Okay. So I'd be interested in that information when that comes out, and how that training goes. Other than that, those are all my questions. It was just clarification for a lot of it. Thank you.
Trustee Daly.
So to piggyback off of Trustee Mayes's question, how long is the Teen Talk course if you possibly are going to embed it into another class? How long is the curriculum?
The curriculum has 12 modules that are about an hour per module. So sites would have the opportunity to determine how they choose to pace it over the course of the year. We've been looking at a few different options for what that might look like, but there hasn't been a final decision made yet.
Okay. And then same slide, the selection criteria, the clarity of lesson plannings for teachers. Can you explain some of those lesson plans?
So their lesson plans are pretty comprehensive. They're very thorough, and they give options within each of the lessons for teachers to choose, which design they'd like to go with. The lesson plans provide digital access, links to digital resources, such as like videos and slide decks and different things like that, so that teachers have some flexibility, and it's very clearly outlined what the lesson should look like as it's being presented.
And then the parent communication options, what do some of those look like?
A couple of them are the communication letters that would be sent out. We have a district one. The curriculum provides one specific to their curriculum, as well as a lot of the student materials have components built in that encourage or sometimes require students to go home and talk with whoever their parent or the adult in their home is or not even their home, an adult that they're comfortable with, to discuss what they learned during the lessons. They have parent signature lines and, areas for feedback and things like that.
Okay.
So just more to encourage the communication between students and parents instead of not feeling like they have anybody to talk to or how to talk to them.
My largest concern, I appreciate that. I would kind of agree. Our 7th grade students need to learn about sex and STIs and things along that lines. My concern is some of the developmental stages, psychosocial development that our 8th graders or 7th graders are in. Are they actually going to turn in the letters if their parents decide to opt out? There seems to be a blend of education and parenting in this, and so I have a lot of concerns around that, and probably would like to get some more information about the specifics there.
Okay, Trustee Marks.
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments that have been made, and I wanted to ask a few questions because I know we have a lot of non-English speaking parents in our district. So I wanted to see if we were going to notify them closer to the time that it's taught so that the parents have a heads up. Because when you get that packet at the beginning of the year, it's like 40 pages. So trying to figure out what I need to turn in, how, who checks on it, all of that. So I know in the past we have put it out at just like a few 14 to 21 days before we teach the topic so the parents are aware. So if it's taught in the spring, they get it in somewhere in the springtime so they know this is going to be taught rather than in August when they get that packet.
Yeah, we follow that process, or we have followed that process in the past. We will continue to follow that process moving forward. The initial communication at the beginning of the year and 14 days prior to the Chaya states, at least 14 days prior. And we have historically sent an additional notification out in that time frame.
Okay. And then that helps because I know parents want it close to the time so they can decide if that's something they want to do. And it goes to the parents, and then the parents contact the school. They send it into the school in writing. So it could be through an email, through Parent Square, or something like that.
Correct.
Okay. And then I went down to view the curriculum. I wasn't able to watch any of the videos that it suggested. I contacted the company. It gave a contact person. It took me, I contacted them that day. They sent me an email back, asked me more questions about what I wanted, but I couldn't get the videos. I couldn't get any of the supplemental material. So I don't know if that's, because for parents, if they want, if their children are going to be exposed to it, they would probably like to know what the material is.
I can get more information on that. I can make a best guess, but I'd rather know for sure before I answer your question.
Okay, that's fine. And then I wanted to know, I had some ask me questions that they weren't able to go review it because it's during the time that they work from 9 to 5. So they couldn't get to the district office to review the material. So they wanted to know, is it possible, can we get it online, parts of it online, so they could review it?
I don't have access to the curriculum online because we haven't officially adopted and purchased it. If they would need to come in after work, they could call the office and set up an appointment if they wanted, and somebody would be able to stay there to
Because that wasn't given as an option.
available for them.
Yeah, so they didn't have that as an option. So I'll let them know that they could do that, and so they can, some of them are teachers.
Just a reminder that the preview's open till the end of, till Friday.
Till Friday. Okay, that's helpful. Let's see. I think that's it.
Vice President Maestas.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know I already said, but I just really want to circle back because I really feel strongly that 8th grade might be too late for many of our kids. And I just feel like just because we've done something for so many years doesn't mean that that's the way that we should be continuing doing things again. So if there's just some way I can get some feedback on a decision between 8th and 7th, and even if there's research behind which grade is better, I would like that. Because I don't know. I would like more data on that. And you know me, I'm kind of a data guy. So if there's some research on which one would be better, I would love that information.
Okay.
Not that I'm saying that I'm like against the curriculum because it's 8th grade. Because
Well, it's technically Teen Talk Middle School. So
yeah, okay.
It would be appropriate for 7th or
Yeah,
8th grade.
it's just I'm wondering why we chose 8th grade as opposed to 7th.
Okay, Trustee Lopez.
And to piggyback on Trustee Maesta's request, I knew at one point we were even talking about hygienes. I know so it was mentioned earlier, hygienes and bullying and changing bodies even as early as in 4th and 5th grade, right? And so wanted to know what happened and why we're pushing it back, right? Yeah.
I know that we've spoken within this last month that we are going to be looking at the 5th grade next year. So that'll be a group of teachers taking a look at content, curriculum, and coming to the board for 5th grade for the following year.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and to beat a dead horse, I'm a piggyback on the fellow trustees, Vice President Maestas and Trustee Daly, and in the middle, Trustee Lopez, 7th grade. I've taught both of those, 7th and 8th, and I think we transition it at 7th. I think it would be a better fit. A better fit starting a little earlier there. I know it can be a little difficult transition going into there, but eventually we can get it right. And I wanted to thank all the presenters. Very, very great cross-section of parents and experts and all that good stuff. That's what we need for a lot of things that we do. Get a cross-section of folks that come in and share their background, their thoughts, their ideas, and things like that. It just helps us do our jobs better. So thank you all. Okay. B6, discussion on special education transportation.
Good evening again, President Irvin, trustees. Tonight, I'm joined by Stephen Fernandez, our Director of Transportation, who will assist with this discussion and the presentation. Mr. Fernandez came to us with an abundance of experience and knowledge in providing special needs transportation, and really was helped and develop the presentation and what we're discussing here tonight, which is reviewing our special education transportation task force, our existing special education transportation services, benefits and challenges for Modesto City Schools to provide those transportation services, a possible year one transportation transition plan, and then next steps. Again, our collective why, the MCS vision, is seen here. Every student graduates with the skills, knowledge, and character traits essential to thrive and contribute to society. On March 27th, 2023, the board heard a report from the Special Education Transportation Task Force and the unanimous recommendation of the task force to pursue options to provide special education transportation. And then during a special board workshop on February 26th of this year, 2024, the board heard about continuing efforts to explore in-house transportation for students with disabilities. Because of this recommendation from the task force, the renewal of the current store contract now includes a yearly provision to take back services for special education students. This contract language has been accepted by both agencies. It's in our contract, it's in writing, and is language in our existing contract with store transportation. Just a brief recap of eligibility for special education transportation. It is a required service when students with disabilities need door-to-door transportation as part of their IEP, and this could be required due to cognitive impairments, physical disabilities, behavioral challenges, or regionalized programming.
Currently, approximately 650 of our MCS students have IEPs and are transported through the contract with store transportation service. Riders are predominantly students with moderate or severe disabilities. Also, students that are in regionalized programs are on the service. In the past, MCS has not had the capacity really to transport your own special ed students. There's a few reasons. One, didn't have the equipment. Two, didn't have the facilities necessary. And three, and probably the largest reason, is didn't have the staff experience able to move the district forward in handling that transportation service yourselves. I can promise you that we have rectified that third item with my aunt coming to MCS about 2 years ago, and then the staff sitting behind me who all have stand. I'll mention them and they can raise their hands for you. Edgar Franco is our new Assistant Director of Transportation Services. Behind him is Estella Adams, our Transportation Safety Manager and Trainer, Lead Instructor. Lindsay Perkins, who is our Managing Supervisor and Dispatcher for PM routes, and then Rachel Fromm. Rachel Fromm is our AM Dispatcher Supervisor as well. Among three of us, we have 75 years experience in special education. By the way, I should do this now. Good night. You all have really early mornings tomorrow. Thank you. 3 of us are doing bus inspections tomorrow at 3 a.m. The other one of us has to be at dispatch at 4:30, so I'm gonna let them go. But with the experience that they have, we bring 75 years of special education service with us. 60 of those years have been serving MCS students right here in MCS. The other 15 years Edgar has in Hayward Unified and other services that he provided as a startup when the previous contractor took over Hayward's special ed transportation services. The benefits of MCS providing the transportation, we can have complete control of special ed and transportation from door to door. They get on board the bus with MCS in the morning, they return home with MCS in the evening, and we can control everything between home, school, and home again. We can train the drivers, we can train the aides in-house. We will have full control over exactly the need of each individual special ed student on board the bus for their entire education experience. MCS will provide drivers and bus aid training as mentioned, and we have the ability then to include students all around our district, whether that's inclusion of students that have just physical disabilities and might now need to ride with STORE, might be able to ride on our own regular ed buses in going into their regular ed classes in the regular ed schools. We'll have the ability to integrate students on field trips, regular ed field trips with special ed students all on the same vehicles. And so there's a lot of integration that we can do with our special ed group and our regular group that we were not able to do before. STORE employees would also be hired and would be eligible for the PERS retirement system, obviously, with MCS. Challenges by MCS providing the transportation is exactly the same challenges that are day-to-day for STORE right now. None of those challenges are gonna go away. We would just be servicing those challenges in-house. We would be taking those direct parent phone calls. We would be having the same challenges with bell times that I know STORE currently has. Bell times are difficult, and we've all been through those last few years of discussing bell times and the impacts they have. All of the same issues that STORE has with special ed transportation, we would be taking on. We would need to acquire the equipment and the facilities. Again, staffing is pretty much done. We would need to recruit drivers, bus operators for special ed, and that would be one of the challenges in our current economy. The one-year plan, what we're thinking of at first is, again, as Tim already mentioned, the current contract allows for us to take back. Beginning in 25, 26, we would look at taking back the 5 transition program routes that currently exist, and then all of our non-ambulatory population. So all of our students are being transported in wheelchairs. That would be our first bulk of the students that we take back. So we would be looking at about 16 total routes that we would take back in the 25-26 school year. What we would need to make that happen is we would need to lease 6, one of which will be a spare, multi-purpose vans for the transition program. That 10-year lease to purchase would cost us about $79,000, $80,000 a year. We would need to lease 12, one of which would be a spare special needs buses. I'm not sure if you saw the special needs bus that's parked outside on the street. That would be exactly the type of vehicle that we would be needing to provide this service. Those would be available 10-year lease to purchase for about $310,000 a year. We would need to lease property that we've identified over on Blue Gum for the terminal, so to speak, the facility. And the 10-year, we would have a 10-year lease with option to purchase that would cost us about $120,000 a year. This is an example. On the right side, you can see the MPV. It's called an MPV. It's a multi-purpose van. It's actually a van that is built exactly like a school bus. The interior is exactly like a school bus. It has compartmentalization, just like a school bus, seatbelts just like a school bus. So the interior of that white van looks exactly like a school bus, but it does not need to be operated by a school bus driver because of the passenger capacity is 9 or less. And then the bus in the top left, similar to the bus you saw out on the street. And then that facility map right there is a facility that's on Blue Gum at this time and is currently available. The STORE contract contains in their minimum daily rate. So the STORE contract is set up as a 4-hour minimum, and that amount includes the following items: vehicles, vehicle maintenance, vehicle technology, cameras and GPS, driver compensation, including salary and benefits, fuel, store facilities, personnel management, dispatch, safety, training, maintenance, insurance, and profit. The current rate, or the rate for 24-25 school year, is $501.24 a day. Again, that's for the first 4 hours. And then each hour or quarter hour thereof that we go above those 4 hours, it's $53.09. The estimated savings that we would have to take back those 16 routes for the 25-26 school year is about $1,880,000. Our estimated cost to provide that service is pretty close to the same thing. We're estimating at about $1,846,000 our costing. We would see that number start to decrease. We would see, as we grew bigger, we would see what potentially could be a larger savings. Obviously, we would have already had the facility, and as we add more routes, we can see that I think we could propose that that number would come down. But again, I don't know, and Mr. Zierli could speak more to this, that our goal is necessarily to save money so much as to have our own students riding on our own bus with our own trained staff from door to door each day.
Yeah, we never went into this thinking that we were going to save money. We were going to, we know there is a cost attributed to providing door to door. That's the key, door to door individual special needs transportation. The question was, as Mr. Fernandez points out, is how much of that can we control or should we control? Should we control every aspect from that student's transportation when that student gets on the bus at their home school, at their home door, and then when they return at the end of the day. And when we talk to our SELPA department, our SELPA now would be the first point of contact for our parents. We talk about customer service. What can we provide? Our parents would have a single point of contact in our SELPA department for any issues, not only in the school day, but also for transportation. So as a slide mentioned earlier, STORE has provided transportation services for as long as many people can remember. And much like the question that was raised about, well, why so long between a bond program? Why so many years? I mean, the question keeps coming up that nobody can answer is, why has Modesto City Schools never pursued this or taken on this responsibility before for special needs transportation? And we tried to point that out earlier, is that the capacity just wasn't there, we believe, in many cases, to do that. There is an investment. There has to be an investment to acquire the facilities and equipment. In order to reduce that investment on a capital cash outflow, we're proposing to lease the equipment, lease that bus you see out there, lease the property instead of purchasing it for our year one implementation. So with that, next steps would be, depending on the feedback, the next board meeting, June 3rd, we would ask the board to approve our transition plan for year one, which would include authorization to lease property and equipment. And then that would allow us the opportunity to begin engagement with CSCA for addition of special education bus drivers, and then define what services those would be for take back in year 2, 26, 27, and year 3, 27, 28. Back over to you, President Irvin.
Yes, comments from the public. Any public's comments? Yes. We got Donald Storr.
Good late evening. Let me get this situated here. President Irving, distinguished fellow trustees, Dr. Superintendent Noguchi, cabinet members, my name is Donald Storr. I'm the president and CEO of STORE Transportation, founded and based in Modesto, California. 1952, my grandparents founded the company. My grandfather was a driver for Modesto City Schools. There was a need for special education service, transportation, and wheelchairs. He bought 2 1949 Packard limousines, and launched store transportation. We are an industry leader. This is all we do is bus transportation. We transport about 14,000 individuals a day. We have transported all the special needs students from Modesto City Schools for 72 years. I don't think you have many complaints. At least I'm not hearing about them. I'm not reading our name in the paper. I'm not saying that we're doing not a good job. I think we're doing a fantastic job. We have a great staff, great drivers, great program. We got a lot of experience. We have multi-generational experience, hundreds of years of experience doing this. We are fully staffed to pre-pandemic levels for our drivers, unheard of with districts in the state of California right now, unheard of. We have 3 secured facilities in Modesto for transportation on 23 acres. Imagine that, parking, 23 acres, facilities, shops, infrastructure, unbelievable. We have the best operation in this county that I'd put against anybody in the state, if not the nation. We have technicians on site to maintain these buses. The CHP has awarded us a contractor, the Star Award 2010, the first bus company to get it in the state of California. In 72 years, we have never had an unsatisfactory rating from the California Highway Patrol. In December of 2023, the California Energy Commission awarded STORE a $3 million grant to install bidirectional electrical infrastructure on 2 of our sites. We break ground next month. We are moving forward for the future, and it's here. You don't have to buy it, you don't have to wait for it, it's all here right now. The numbers, this is a very expensive venture to go into special needs transportation. Sounds good, looks good, it smells good, but it's hard. So you have a big decision to make. I found out about this meeting today at 11:30 in the morning. So no heads up or nothing, but anyhow, you have a very large decision to make. You need the facts on us. You need numbers. You need more information. I think this is a big decision, and you don't want to rush into it. These are options you have to take back students. It doesn't mean you have to take them back. Most districts are going the other way and getting out of the transportation business, putting the money into the classrooms. So we are the specialists in bus transportation, and we proudly have served you for 72 years, and we want to keep doing that. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from the board? Trustee Lopez. Oh, that's last time. Trustee Daly.
I just want some clarification. So we're not attempting to take all 650 MCS students and instantly transition. You're only transitioning, I lost the page. Okay. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
So
The
it's
first
like-
year, we would be looking at 16 routes. The second year, probably another 15 to 20 routes. And then the third year, the last 15 to 20 routes. We would do it in over the 3-year span.
Do we have thought that if it doesn't work out in the first year, we can backtrack? So, because
I'm guessing that that's always thought. I mean, I think that was probably our thought process when we decided to start with the transitions program, which are your adult students, correct, in the transition special ed program. They would go on to the white MPV vans that you saw. And so those could always stay with us, right, if that was the decision that was made. The next grouping would be the non-ambulatory students, or all of the students with the severe physical disabilities. We would take them over in that first year as well. And then I guess there could be a real evaluation if that didn't go well. I'm not sure why it wouldn't. But those are all steps that we can make. And, you know, year two, we're probably looking at regionalized programs. So those are the programs that are distance programs, the programs that are down in Turlock or outside of the Modesto City School District, we would look at year two. And then with that, we would feed in some of the larger programs, the Bayer High School programs, Joho's programs, those programs to feed into that as well. And then year three, take back all of the remaining programming.
Okay. And then, of course, it would be nice to save money, although that's not necessarily the goal.
I think the goal would be not to spend more.
Right, that definitely is the key. So the 1,882,000 or no, 846, that's just for that 1 year, right?
Correct, yeah, that's
Okay.
based on the routes that we will be taking back and the expenditures for the equipment and the facilities. We
Okay.
have staffing in place already that can handle that influx.
And would that be the ongoing cost, or would that increase or decrease?
Well, it's gonna increase based on the routes that we take back. Yeah, for each route that we take back, there's gonna be an incremental cost.
If we did nothing more than that 16, that would be that amount would not increase. But as we look to transition more, then of course we would be taking on, but everything we take on, we're not paying.
Right.
So we're paying ourselves.
Right.
And it's, again, I just want to add, this is not a surprise. This was successfully part of our contract. It was actually supposed to begin this year in the contract language. So it was agreed upon. And I believe most of the language was reciprocal. It was part of our agreement, part of our plan, if or when we decide to do this.
Yeah. The language in the agreement allows us to take back 50% of our students by next year, and then the remaining students by the year after that, or
Okay.
whatever we need.
I really appreciate you bringing the bus so that we can see inside of it. I actually did sneak a peek and ask some questions to inquire about how the wheelchairs would remain if the seats were removed, because that's what was explained. But I do have a question that's kind of off slight topic, because I did have the privilege to ride a bus after several years. How do you accommodate, not that there are going to be many, but how would you accommodate a service dog on a bus?
Perfectly allowed on board the vehicle. I've driven as a school bus driver, MCS students with students that have service dogs. Not an issue.
That's it. Thank you.
By the way, your service dog got on that bus today.
Trustee Lopez.
Thank you. I have a couple questions kind of feeding off of what Trustee Daly mentioned. So when we talk about savings, are we taking, is this apples to apples, just the routes itself, salary of our bus drivers, or is this including what we're going to be spending on leasing the area and retrofitting that area for the work that we'll be doing?
It includes the known costs for the leasing of the facility and the equipment, and then it includes an estimate for what the number of bus drivers we would need to hire to drive the buses and transport the students, as well as a dispatch. We already have a fully staffed maintenance shop. There would not be additional maintenance added. We do have a state-of-the-art shop with mechanics, and we would not, but it would just be for any additional, it would be bus drivers, dispatcher, and training for those drivers.
In fact, I would argue that there might be some excess capacity because of our EV vehicles in our shop to take on the special ed.
So are you saying that the retrofitting for that lot would just literally be for storage of buses, and there wouldn't be any offices or what would you call it, like a yard?
We have office space next door potentially that we've leased that could be used. The SELPA has leased. And then it is really close to our shop. And so the only, we would have to secure it. We would have to make sure it has cameras, fencing, alarms, but that is part of the proposal.
So no major building retrofit,
Under this plan that you see right here, no. No.
but under this plan of 3 years.
No. No.
Trustee, Vice President Maestas.
Quick question, are any of the buses or vehicles EVs?
None of the vehicles proposed are EV. No, they're all gas powered. At this time, the price tag for the EV vehicle is going to be pretty close to $450,000 per EV bus if we went that direction, and that's not at all the cost of the vehicles that we're proposing.
Right,
If
and
we
even
did
with-
go EV, that would push this proposal out of
There's,
our reach.
there's no question, we're the leader, not only probably in the state and probably in most of the nation around EV infrastructure, EV vehicles. But those dollars, and it was all, the infrastructure was 100% funded. We did not have to provide any district funds. But that is for replacement, in taking diesel buses off the road. This is a startup. This is an expansion. So those dollars are not there for us to add EV services. So that's why we're for the best cost. And these are regular gasoline engines. not
We're gonna
diesel.
have these for 30 years,
The smaller vans are gonna be a
20 years.
10-year van.
10 years?
And that vehicle that's out in that parking lot is approximately a 20-year vehicle.
All right.
It should be noted, STORE is currently operating a fleet of diesel vehicles. So a gas-powered vehicle is going to be a whole lot cleaner than what's currently on the road moving MCS students.
Trustee Marks.
Well, I might have missed this, but I'm just checking. So on the lease for the 6 multipurpose vans, is it a 10-year lease to purchase?
Yes, at the end of that lease, we would own those vehicles.
Okay, and then the 12 are the same, they're also.
Correct.
So over time. So then after we own them, then it will save us money, but then we'll also have to buy new ones at some point.
At
just
some
like-
point, replacement, yes.
Like cars, yep. Okay, that was my question. I was trying to understand how the costs were gonna work on that leasing and if they were to purchase as the transportation terminal was. Thank you.
Yes, and I have a few questions. I know at the beginning of the presentation, you mentioned that there were several, like, points, bullet points of,
Hurdles?
Hmm?
Hurdles?
Yes, hurdles. But I didn't hear the hurdle of risk, in terms of, increase in risk, when you take on, and I'm coming, I only have 5 years. I did Amazon Logistics. I had a business owner, I had 40 of them delivery vans. But risk was a major factor, and hits your bottom line, big time at, times. I know they're not delivering packages, but they're delivering our students. But the risk is not as mitigated, it's still potential risk there in terms of, accidents, insurance risks. I know Mr. Storer mentioned that, they have a very high safety award from the Highway Patrol, So I'm just trying to figure out that risk and then cost, I know it says cost is gonna be a little lower, but, working for the district for 15 years, back in the day, I knew that, anytime we offloaded, something to use a private company, there was a savings for the district, whether you're talking about the, benefits, salaries, and, all that stuff that goes into that, which is ongoing, and it doesn't decrease, it increases year after year after year. Not like a private business where you negotiate salaries and benefit or salaries based on performance, it doesn't go across the board. And so, you know, those kinds of things, have we, you know, come up with that plan that shows that as part of those ongoing costs. And then, my other question was answered by Vice President Maestas. I was asking if those are gonna be EV vehicles, and that's out of the question at this point. Where does the funds come from for the initial, the equipment and all those other things that, the land that we're gonna be leasing and things of that nature?
So let me speak to the first item. If I can, I've been with Modesto City Schools for 2 years, actually just under 2 years. So I don't have that experience of district funding and how it gets more expensive. The number you have in front of you was produced by me from the private way of my thinking, and made sure I had included all the costs that are associated with it and all of those calculations that were going to need to be successful. And we came in right there at about $40,000 or less per year. So I've made sure that the numbers are projected numbers and are numbers that our accounting department provided me in ongoing future costs of our labor. And so I made sure that I went ahead and included all that in my numbers as well. So that's my normal way of doing things. And so I tried to make sure that that we're gonna hit that budget.
Because I'm looking at from, the bus drivers will be PERS, you know, PERS employees, they're classified, and, you know, I just know contributions to PERS is just.
All of those numbers are in those numbers.
Okay. And so, yeah, you can answer the next one, I'm sorry. Okay.
I think Mr. Zierling.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is structured on what we pay out. We're not, I mean, we're gonna pay it out to our own employees. We're not gonna pay it out to a contractor. That's the point of this. We will look for ways to structure the first year of the leases to be at that implementation year of when we're not paying under this hypothetical. We're not paying the 1.8 million. That's part of our 1.8 million. So we would be paying year one of the lease for the equipment in that year. So that's how we're planning on making it work.
Okay. Now,
All those ongoing costs are the same for contracted transportation or district transportation. I mean, those ongoing employee costs, we pay, as you saw on that one slide, we pay that to store. It gets just billed back to us.
So the exact cost, or?
No, they don't, I mean, obviously, if you look, they pay more per hour. But our employees, you're right, we pay into a retirement system for our employees, so. But that's all factored in. When we took what would be the highest we would pay, what we thought the highest hourly rate we would pay based on our salary schedule. And so that's how we factored that in.
And then two more. So we'll be going from experienced special needs, you know, drivers that are at store now, making a transition to non-experienced, and I'm not gonna say drivers, but in working with special needs driving. And so there's gonna be a gap or a lapse in bringing the drivers from MCS up to the same level or expectation for those special needs drivers.
I don't see that we'll have a lot of transition from our regular ed drivers over to the special ed category. I have heard a comment from a few that they might be interested. I think we would really be concentrating, once we have board approval, in the next 14 months in getting those employees brought on, getting them properly trained, and doing all of that training here in-house, using the special ed department's specialized training and getting those individuals brought online. I actually think we will have a better developed driver. Not that STORE doesn't develop a driver really well, because they do. They really produce a really, really good bus operator. But we'll have the benefit of having the special ed department and all of the training to be able to hit those specific targets that the special ed students need on board those buses? How do we train those drivers to understand those specific special needs that they're going to be training or that they're going to be assisting? And we have that ability to do that here in-house. So we're
Okay.
actually going to be able to serve those students better with drivers that understand their particular disabilities, whether it's ADD, ADHD, physical disabilities, autism. We'll be able to target those drivers for those specialties, just like the SELPA does currently with teaching staff and aid staff. They can target those employees with those specialties. We'll be able to do the same thing. So our employees will have those resources, have that training from the door where they pick up the student until we get them home in the afternoon. So we'll be able to be consistent across the entire district. That's where we're going to really excel. We'll also be able to train them really, really well too, because of Stella Adams and her crew that was sitting behind me. She does an outstanding job. By the way, when I came to the district a year and a half ago, we were severely behind in drivers. We are currently 100% staffed as well.
So that gets me to my final question. So given the challenges and all the things we're going to and dealing with, and the challenges that are the same challenges that STORE are facing, and the challenges, so we're gonna inherit those challenges as well, then why? Why make this move? My mama always told me, boy, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, And so I just want to know, why? What's the rationale, and what's the ultimate goal, and of us doing this at this point in time?
Well, we heard from,
Yeah, we would get the benefit, there's a couple slides in there, but we get the benefit of being able to work directly with MCS staff. And like I believe Director Fernandez says, I think it will allow us to create a training program and a support program, as well as when those issues arise, because they do, of communication on how we can work together quickly to solve that issue. I think we'll actually be more expedient in the way that we address any of the issues that exist in transportation.
And I think one thing we heard through our task force was that it's not without problems. The assumption that it's not currently broke isn't necessarily really accurate. STORE does a really, really good job, but are there issues within that system that we can, starting from scratch, do better? Yeah, we can provide a better service to those students from door to door. When a bus is late, I'm going to know a bus is late. We're going to fix that late bus. I was unaware that Sonoma School in the month of April had 16 late STORE buses till last week. So just because we're not aware that it's broken doesn't mean it isn't. Because the communication has a tendency to break between site staff, the SELPA office, and transportation.
So is it broken, or are those challenges?
Those are challenges.
Okay.
On my side, they're challenges. They're challenges we're going to fix from the beginning, correct? We'll have those things implemented. We'll be able to route appropriately and accordingly. Not that STORE isn't. STORE has a great routing team. But we'll be able to have that stuff and correct that stuff quickly in-house as we see it happening, because everybody will know how to get a hold of transportation. Everybody does know how already to get a hold of transportation. Happens every day.
Okay, thank you. Approval of Modesto City Schools 2025-2026 calendar and early childhood education program school calendar.
Trustee, Board President.
Yes.
Go ahead and proceed. Good evening, Board President Irvin, trustees. Item B7 presents for the board's consideration the 2025 to 26 school calendar and corresponding ECE calendar. It's the district's goal to develop and have approved the school calendar for 2 years out. This assists the district and all of its divisions in planning as we project out activities for future years. And having an approved calendar for the next year after next also helps our feeder districts who coordinate their calendars to align with that of Modesto City Schools. It helps to establish predictability for our school and community partners. The 2025-26 school and ECE calendars are modeled after our current calendar in terms of start and end dates, as well as holidays and associated breaks throughout through the school year. They also incorporate the June 19th holiday, which is we're now a couple years into. We have engaged with our labor partners who have approved of this calendar, with CSEA approving pending ratification by their membership at an upcoming meeting. It's recommended that the board approve the MCS 2025-26 school calendar and the corresponding ECE calendar.
Okay. Any questions from the public?
Good evening, Aaron Anguiano again. For the last few years, I have noticed that like the court is closed for Cesar Chavez holiday, but they're not Modesto City Schools. And I haven't seen your proposed calendar, but I will urge you to start observing Cesar Chavez holiday. Thank you.
Thank you.
In honor of him and the Latino community. Also, because you have 70% Latino students in your school district. It's about time we start doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public? Seeing none. Any questions or comments from board members?
You got two.
Trustee Marks.
I love that we're doing the calendar. You guys know this from before. I'm always happy to see it so that we, our families can adjust their holidays and all of the things that they need to so they can align with our calendar. So question, so how soon will we have the board meeting dates after this calendar is set? So after we vote on this tonight, is it very long till we do it? I just didn't know.
Yeah, we don't have that information today, but we can get back to you on
Okay, I just didn't know how soon because it's nice to plan out too. So thank you.
that. Gotcha.
Vice President Maestas.
This is 25-26, so I just want to, I wouldn't have said anything, but really quickly, this weekend, so I come from Delano. Delano is where Cesar Chavez is from. My family knows Cesar Chavez's family. My grandmother went to school with him. We grew up knowing Cesar Chavez. My cousin's grandfather is Larry Itliong. If you don't know who Larry Itliong is, you should. Larry Itliong is the co-founder of the United Farm Workers Union, along with Dolores Huerta and Cesar Chavez. And he was integral in gathering the Filipino support for the farm workers movement. He was honored with a park, the Larry Itliong Unity Park. And I only bring this up because I also agree at some point we should celebrate or we should acknowledge Cesar Chavez holiday as the state has, and follow along in that and make that important, because he's a very, very important figure in our community up and down the Central Valley, and to the Latino community, especially in our agricultural area and all the things that he fought for. And my grandmother worked in the fields for her whole life. And so I would be remiss if I didn't also say that I support, again, this is 25-26, so maybe 26-27, looking into how do we get Cesar Chavez holiday in that, and giving it the day that it deserves.
Trustee Brown.
Yes, sir. I know that calendar scheduling is something that is critical for the feeder districts. And I'm curious, at what point we share our potential calendar? Have the feeder districts already seen this, or are they waiting for this meeting to be able to weigh in?
Waiting for this meeting, and we'll get inquiries soon after.
I'm sorry, what was the?
Waiting for this meeting, and then once it's approved, we do get requests to share it.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. So are we, motion, it doesn't say it on here. Motion to approve our calendar for 25, 26. I thought it was already approved 2 years ago. This has been properly moved by trustee Mejia, seconded by trustee Lopez. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carried.
Thank you.
All right, B8.
Right, the item that was pulled for discussion is the proposed revisions to the Student Conduct Code for the 24-25 school year. Really two pieces of legislation. Assembly Bill 1503, which basically extends the excused absence provision for a student to attend a religious retreat from half day, 4 hours to a full day. And then probably the one that's up, that you guys would like to discuss, that's Senate Bill 274, which basically outlawed 4800K violations, willful defiance in grades 9 through 12. And that now aligns with what we have been doing in grades K through 8 currently. So I know that there was a potential comments, and so prepared to address those.
Yes. Vice President Maestas.
Thank you. I know it's late, and so I'm not going to spend too much, obviously spend too much time. I have two comments. One, I work with teachers every day. This goes back to something the MTA representative said earlier about people wanting to go into the teacher profession. I work with teachers every day. They are stressed out because they feel like behavior that is an issue doesn't get taken care of they're not supported by their administration in that behavior. And so I just want to make sure that we are working towards supporting teachers in the behavior. So that's one, because I know that we're taking suspensions away, which is fine with me. Two, I can't just have something on a consent agenda and vote yes on it if there's something in it I see is really against something that I'm looking like something against. So I just pulled it just so I can make a statement that we need to revisit the board policy on this, because if we're going towards equitable grading, there's a piece in here that actually goes against equitable grading, and that puts us backwards. So that is in the 4 cheating. It says that warning to student, behavioral interventions or alternative means of correction, fine, but then it says F on an assignment or a test. An F on an assignment or a test normally equates to a 0. That is not equitable. It doesn't tell you anything about how students perform. It doesn't tell you anything about how the student knows what they're doing or not. And so it's totally against equitable grading. I just wanted to make a statement on the record, because I know that that's what happens at our meetings, that I'm against that statement. And I will approve it because I know it's law, but I really would like this to come back so that we can go over the board policy and revisit the board policy on that piece.
So trustee Maestas, Vice President Maestas, you are reminded, we talked about the different committees that are going to be forthcoming this next year, one of which is grading for equity. So that is going to be part of committee work as we move forward, probably later fall, but that was outlined in the different committees that we were going to be in this year.
I know that's part of the grading work, but this is the code of conduct. So whatever happens on the grading, we still have to change the code of conduct.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm just making a note of, is that yes.
Yeah, it's like once that issue is decided and those policies are changed, that is like pulling a thread, right? It's going to have to go across.
Right, we have to look at all the things, yes.
Trustee Marks.
So mine has to do with the behavioral interventions and/or alternative means of correction. So it didn't define that, so I didn't know what those were. And it has use of slurs, either verbally or in writing, based on race, religion, ethnic background, or national origin, language, gender, sexual orientation, economic status, physical or developmental disabilities, or other special needs. So a student makes some kind of slur. And right now, I don't know what the behavioral interventions are or what the alternative means of correction, because before it was very severe, and I think it's wise that it's not as severe as a 3-day suspension after second offense, or third offense, it's 5-day suspension. So what what is behavioral interventions and what are other alternative means?
It can vary based on the offense, but just to point some out, I'm not suggesting that's how we would handle it.
Okay.
Phone call home, after-school detention, reteaching in the intervention center potentially. So what the law outlaws is home suspension for 4,800K violations. There would still be other means of correction. Those would be some examples of other means of correction depending on the offense.
Okay, so as a parent, and my child does this, how is a parent informed on expectations? So if your student misbehaves in some way, how are they informed about what's going to happen the second offense or the third offense? So let's just say they pulled the fire alarm to miss a test. They realized whatever the consequences were, it wasn't a big deal to them, so they decided to do it a few more times. So I just didn't know, how do we, I want to make sure that, and is there someone that's going to talk to them, like, why are they doing this, and how can we help them, and how can we change the behavior so it's not happening again?
I think that the move is really based on home suspension being seen as truly punitive. Anything that is done within school, including time in the intervention center, is based on a reteaching component with a parent notification.
Okay.
So again, 4,800K outlaws home suspensions for 4,800K violations.
Okay, right. So I'm not looking at suspending a student. I was looking at, so how are we addressing it? And is the parent aware of what it would be? Because I, as a parent, I read through all the handbook when I got it. So if my kids misbehave, I'm like, hey, you get in trouble, you could be suspended for this.
Would it be better just because there's a lot of different means of, perhaps I could come up with examples of what alternative corrections may be?
Yes, that would be
Okay.
awesome.
Okay.
Because in my mind, I was thinking, yeah, for a parent, so if you're reading this and if my kid has done something like this before at some point, don't know what it could be, but it could be anything. What do I do? How do I tell my kid, hey, don't do this. I don't want you to get in trouble for this. This is what the consequences are. So right now, I couldn't tell you what the consequences were as a parent, but I want, whatever the reason is causing that student to do any one of these, whatever, 20 things that we have listed here, 18 things, just to make sure that they know what that would be. So yeah, I would appreciate that. I know the last one is the only one that did have it. It possess of any object not of a dangerous nature. So anyway, that lists off of stuff. But it says the first offense was a warning, the second was Saturday school, and the third was intervention center. So it had different means of helping the student know that this is not appropriate, but I just wanted to make sure that we're meeting the student's needs and how they're going to address it at home.
I will put in a statement, or I'll have Senior Director of Child Welfare and Attendance give some ideas about what that what the alternative means of correction can be.
Okay, that'd be great. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Okay, and I had a comment kind of along the line, same as Vice President Maestas. I had a teacher that told me they spend too much time with behavior, and I suggested that, hey, on your school site, on your campus, don't you have the resources there, such as Center for Human Services and other, and they said, well, I mean, it's there, but the communication, I guess the communication to be able to utilize it, and it's not immediate when they make I guess they go from the teacher to the administrator to Center for Human Services, and sometimes in that chain, nothing gets done. I mean, our teachers, man, they can't be behaviorists, and they got to focus on teaching our students. We got to support them in doing that, so they don't become so inundated with behavior to the point that students are not, we're taking time from those students, not just that student, but all the students in the classroom. And I know it can be frustrating as a teacher. I know, been there, done that, where the expectation was you dealt with behavior.
I should point out real quick, it does not take away a teacher's ability to remove a child from their classroom for up to 48 hours. That is not part of the revision of the conduct code, nor is that the law. So a teacher still may remove a child for up to 2 days from their classroom.
Yes. So, G3, items to be placed on a future Board of Education agenda. Oh. Is it? So with that being said, do I hear a motion to approve item B8, Student Code of Conduct, with the additions that'll be considered by revision, yeah. Mm-hmm. Revisions that were,
There wasn't any revisions, right?
yes, yes.
I know, but we didn't add any revisions. That's okay.
Based on face value then.
I move approval with the addition of Mr. Herbst's definitions.
That's what I was getting at.
Yes, okay, all right.
Okay. And is there a second? I second. Seconded by trustee Daly. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Any abstentions? Motion carried. Do I hear a motion to adjourn the meeting? Oh, items to be placed on future Board of Education agendas. Does anyone have any items to be placed on future board agenda? Move for adjournment. Been moved by trustee Mejia,
I'll second.
second by trustee Marks. All in favor, signify by saying that. Aye. All opposed, nay. Abstentions?